Hello friends. Quickly comment in chat box whether audio and video is proper or not. Those who have joined the class, please comment in the chat box whether audio and video is proper or not. In yesterday's session, we have revised measures of central tendency and dispersion, and now we will complete. Yeah, I think audio and video is proper. Okay, so in today's session now we will cover chapters from business, mathematics, and after that I will cover the remaining chapters of statistics. Okay, so I think audio and video is proper and we can continue with session. Okay, great. So I'm starting with sequence and series. Okay, after sequence and series I will take mathematics of finance, and then I will take ratio, proportion, indices and logarithm and equations, and at last I will take permutations and combinations. Okay, so I will take around 5 to 6 chapters of business mathematics, and out of these 5 to 6 chapters they will ask around 30 to 35 questions. Okay, 30 to 33 questions mostly they will ask from this 5 to 6 chapters. Okay, so I'm starting with sequence and series. This is one of the, you can say, simplest chapter of business mathematics, and ICI ask around 4 to 5 questions from sequence and series chapter. All of you have revision notes, and revision notes are already uploaded on Telegram channel. You can download the revision notes from there. Okay, so all of you quickly download the revision notes from Telegram channel. Telegram channel link is in description. So all of you quickly download the notes from there. First we will revise all the concepts and formulas, and after that we will take questions from study material as well as from past year papers. Wait a second. Okay. So first tell me what is the definition of sequence. Okay, I am starting with the revision of sequence and series chapter. Tell me what is the definition of the term sequence. Sequence means what? Ordered collection of numbers, and in that ordered collection of numbers we can find a definite pattern, and by using that pattern we can find the value of the next terms. Okay, so if ordered collection of numbers have some definite pattern, and by using that pattern if we can predict the value of the next terms, then that collection of numbers is called as sequence. Okay, example can be what? If I am saying 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and so on. So this is sequence because you can see a pattern here that all these numbers are what? Multiples of 2. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. This is sequence because these are what? Multiples of 2, or you can say this is what? Sequence of even natural numbers. If I am saying the numbers as 2, 4, 8, 16 and so on, again this is sequence because here what is the pattern? The first term is 2 power 1, second term is what? 2 square, third term is what? 2 cube, fourth term is what? 2 to the power 4 and so on. Okay, so collection of numbers is said to be in sequence if there is some definite pattern, and by using that pattern we can find the value of next terms, and that collection of numbers is called as sequence. All of you have understood this thing? Here you can see this example 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. This is again sequence. Why? Because this is sequence of natural sequence of squares of natural numbers. You can see that these are what? Squares of natural numbers. The first term is 1 square, second term is 2 square, third term is 3 square, fourth term is 4 square and so on. So this is also sequence. Okay, if I am asking you what term will come after 25, what term will come after 25? So answer is what? 6 square 36. If I am asking you what is the 10th term of this sequence, the answer is what? 10 square 100. If I am asking you what is the 25th term of this sequence, then answer is what? 25 square, which is what? 625. So once you have got the pattern, then by using that pattern you can find the value of the other terms of the sequence. Okay, now see, sequence are of two types. Sequence are of two types: finite sequence and infinite sequence. Okay, finite sequence is what? If number of terms in a sequence is finite. If number of terms in sequence is finite, then it is called as finite sequence. And if number of terms in sequence is infinite, okay, it is unending, then it is called as infinite sequence. Understood? What can be the examples of infinite sequence? If I am saying sequence of even natural numbers, then it is what? Infinite sequence. Okay, if I am writing the sequence as 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and so on, this is what? Infinite sequence, because this sequence is what? Never ending, unending. Okay, and if I am saying that sequence of even natural numbers less than 10, sequence of even natural numbers less than 10, then it becomes what? Finite sequence. Because if I am saying sequence of even natural numbers less than 10, then what numbers will come in sequence? 2, 4, 6 and 8 only. Okay, how to convert infinite sequence into finite sequence? by putting one condition. Okay, by putting one condition, you can convert the infinite sequence into finite sequence. See, I have written one example here. If I am writing just multiples of 7, okay, sequence of multiples of 7, then it is what? Infinite sequence. Sequence of multiples of 7 is what? Infinite sequence. But if I am now putting one condition that multiples of 7 within 40, okay, sequence of multiples of 7 within 40, then it becomes what? Finite sequence. Because now which terms will come in this sequence? 7, 14, 21, 28 and 35. Okay, so by putting this condition, infinite sequence is converted into what? Finite sequence. Understood? Okay, see, there is one more example. If I am saying sequence of odd and natural numbers, then it is what? Infinite sequence. But now if I am putting one condition here, sequence of odd and natural numbers within 12, it becomes what? Finite sequence. Okay, the next term is series. What is the definition of the term series? If we are adding all the terms present in the sequence, it is called as series. Okay, sum of terms of the sequence is called as series. Understood? And see, this is sigma notation, and they can ask question based on this. This Sn, okay, sum of first n terms of the series. This Sn is called as sum of first n terms of the series, and you can denote it like this way: summation of Tn. This summation of Tn means what? T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus T4 and so on till Tn. T1 is called as the first term, T2 second term, T3 third term and so on till Tn. Tn is called as the nth term. All of you have understood this thing? Okay. I am taking some questions based on the sigma notation from the study material. I am taking one question based on the sigma notation from the study material. You can open from study material page number, one second, page number 6.7. Page number 6.7. See this question number 3. Summation of square root of 2i minus 1, I equals to 4 to I equals to 7. Okay, summation of square root of 2i minus 1, I equals to 4 to I equals to 7. Now what you have to do? First put value of I as 4. So by putting value of I as 4, what you will get? 2 multiplied by 4 is 8, 8 minus 1 is what? 7. So first term is root 7. Okay, now put value of I as 5. Here I is equals to 4 to I equals to 7. So which values of I we have to put? We have to first put value of I as 4, then we have to put value of I as 5, then we have to put value of I as 6, and at last we have to put value of I as 7. By putting value of I as 4, what we are getting? Root 7. Now by putting value of I as 5, what we will get? 2 multiplied by 5 is 10, 10 minus 1 is what? 9. So we are getting the second term as root 9. Okay. After that put value of I as 6. So 2 multiplied by 6 is 12, 12 minus 1 is what? 11. So third term is root 11. And now put value of I as 7. 2 multiplied by 7 is 14. 14 minus 1 is 13. So the last term is root 13. This is the answer. Root 7 plus root 9 plus root 11 plus root 13. Which option is correct? Option A. Okay. Solve this question now. Question number 4. In this question, you have to find sum of infinite terms of the series. Okay. And here the value of first term is minus 5. Value of second term is 25. Value of third term is minus 125 and so on. Now see how to solve this type of question. You can use the options here. Okay. So see, first here I am checking option number A. Okay, here I am checking first option number A. What they have given in option number A? Summation of minus 5 whole to the power k equals to 1 to k equals to infinity. Now all of you first put value of k as 1. In this minus 5 whole to the power k, first put value of k as 1. So minus 5 to the power 1 is what? Minus 5 to the power 1 is what? Minus 5. And here also you can see that the first term in question is also minus 5. Now put value of k as 2. In this minus 5 whole to the power k, now put value of k as 2. So minus 5 square is what? Minus 5 square is 25. So second term is 25. In option number A, second term is 25. And in question also, second term is 25. Now put value of k as 3. In this minus 5 whole to the power k, put value of k as 3. Now minus 5 to the power 3 is what? Minus 125. Okay, minus 125. And you can see that third term in the question is also minus 125. So which option is correct here? Option A. Okay. So in this type of questions, what you have to do? Find the first 3 terms as per the option and check whether the 3 terms, okay, which we are getting in the option is same as the 3 terms given in the question. If that is coming, then that option is correct. All of you have understood this thing? Very good. Now we are starting with the arithmetic progression part. Okay, arithmetic progression. Tell me what is the meaning of this term arithmetic progression. Okay, arithmetic progression. Arithmetic progression is also a sequence. Okay, but if a sequence is in arithmetic progression, then what is the condition? Difference between consecutive terms should be same. Okay, difference between consecutive terms should be same. Understood? Example can be what? See, if I am writing here one example. 5, 12, 19, 26 and so on. This sequence is in arithmetic progression. You can see here that difference between consecutive terms is same. Second term minus first term is what? 12 minus 5 is what? 7. Third term minus second term is what? 19 minus 12 is again 7. Fourth term minus third term is what? 26 minus 19, which is again 7. So you can see here that difference between consecutive terms is same. So we can say that this sequence is in arithmetic progression. All of you understood this thing? Okay. Now see, the first term of the arithmetic progression is denoted by A. Okay, first term of the arithmetic progression is denoted by A. Difference between consecutive terms is denoted by D. Okay, difference between consecutive terms is denoted by D. It is called as common difference. Okay, second term minus first term is equals to third term minus second term is equals to fourth term minus third term. This is called as common difference and it is denoted by D. Understood? Now there is one formula that how to find the another term of the arithmetic progression. Okay, the formula to find another term of the arithmetic progression is A plus n minus 1 times D. Tn is equals to A plus n minus 1 times D. Tn is equals to A plus n minus 1 times D. Okay. Here A is what? First term of arithmetic progression. D is what? Common difference. How to find common difference? Second term minus first term. And if we have to find 25th term, then we have to put value of n as 25. If we have to find 38th term, then we have to put value of n as 30 and so on. Clear? Now, there is formula to find sum of first n in terms of arithmetic progression. Okay, and there are two formulas. The first formula is n upon 2 multiplied by in brackets 2a plus n minus 1 times d. Okay, sum of first n in terms of AP is given by n upon 2 multiplied by in brackets 2a plus n minus 1 times d. And if we know the first term and last term of AP, then you can use the formula n upon 2 multiplied by in brackets a plus l. Okay, all of you can see these results in our notes. Here n means what? Number of terms. A means what? First term of arithmetic progression. D means what? Here common difference. And here L means what? Last term of arithmetic progression. Understood? Okay. Now this is one important result which you should know, because if they ask this type of question in exam and if you are solving it by applying the complete process, it will take so much time. So the better thing is what? Use it as a shortcut to get the answer. Okay, so you have to remember this result, that if sum of first p terms of arithmetic progression is q and sum of first q terms of arithmetic progression is p, and now if they ask what is the sum of first p plus q terms, then the answer is what? Minus in brackets p plus q. Okay, this is very important result, and if you solve this question by applying the complete process, it will take minimum 5 to 6 minutes. So the better thing is what? Learn this thing. Okay, that sum of first p terms of arithmetic progression is q and sum of first q terms of arithmetic progression is p. And if they ask now what is the sum of first p plus q terms of arithmetic progression, then the answer is what? Minus in brackets p plus q. Now see, there are some shortcuts which you can use to get the answer in less time. If sum of first n in terms of arithmetic progression is given in this form, okay, a n square plus bn. If sum of first n in terms of AP is given in the form of a n square plus bn, then how to find another term? Okay, then in order to find the another term, you can directly use this result, 2an plus b minus a. Okay, sum of first n in terms of arithmetic progression is given in the form of a n square plus bn, and in order to find the another term, which formula you have to use? 2an plus b minus a. I will take questions based on all the shortcut tricks also. Okay, this is again one shortcut, that if pth term of arithmetic progression is q and qth term of arithmetic progression is p. Now if they ask you to find the value of rth term of arithmetic progression, the formula is what? P plus q minus r. Okay, rth term of arithmetic progression is p plus q minus r. And if they ask what is the common difference, the common difference is what? Minus 1. If pth term of AP is q and qth term of AP is p, in this case common difference is what? Minus 1. Okay, the next shortcut trick is, if three terms a, b and c are in arithmetic progression, then what is the condition? Twice the middle term is equals to first term plus third term. 2b is equals to a plus c. Okay, here because if you are doing second term minus first term, it should be equals to what? Third term minus second term. These three terms are in arithmetic progression, so difference between consecutive terms should be same. So second term minus first term is same as what? Third term minus second term. Now if you simplify this, what you will get? 2b is equals to a plus c. Understood? After this, there is also one question given of this type in exercise, that we have to find the number of numbers between 96 and 14,715 divisible by 7. Okay, they have given similar question in exercise. Now how to solve this type of questions? Okay, we have to find how many numbers are there between 96 and 14,715 which are divisible by 7. So how to solve this type of question? What you have to do, see, divide 96 by 7. Okay, divide 96 by 7. Do it on calculator. 96 divided by 7. What you are getting? 13.71 something. So ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. So write 13. Okay, so 96 by 7 you will get it as 13.714. So you have to write just integer part 13. Now divide this 14,715 by 7. Divide it on calculator. 14,715 divided by 7. What you are getting now? 2102 0.14 something. Now again ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. So what you have to write now? 2102. So answer is what now? 2102 minus 13. Okay, 2102 minus 13. What you are getting? 2089. This is the answer. All of you are with me or not? All of you are understanding how to solve this type of questions? Okay, so you can use this shortcut to get the answer. You have to divide 96 by 7, then you have to divide 14,715 by 7, and what you have to do? You have to just write the integer parts. Ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. And after that, you have to subtract these two things to get the final answer. Okay. And now this is the fifth result, that if sum of first three terms in arithmetic progression is given. Okay. And you have to find the middle term. You have to find the second term. So how to find the middle term? Sum of three terms in arithmetic progression divided by 3. Okay. Let's say it is given in question that sum of three terms in AP is 39. And they have asked you to find the middle term. Then answer is what? 39 divided by 3, which is what? 13. Okay. I am giving you one more question of this type. Let's say sum of three terms in AP is 60. Okay. Sum of three terms in arithmetic progression is 60. You have to find the middle term. Then answer is what? 60 divided by 3, which is 20. Okay. Now, the next thing is arithmetic mean. What is the formula to find arithmetic mean? Already we have seen this in measures of central tendency also. The formula to find arithmetic mean is sum of all the observations divided by number of observations. Is sum of all the observations divided by number of observations. You can write it as summation of xi divided by n. Okay. There is one example you see. You have to find arithmetic mean between 30 and 80. How to find arithmetic mean between 30 and 80? Sum of these two observations is 110 divided by number of observations is 2. So 110 divided by 2, which is what? 55. This is the answer. There is one more question in which they will ask you to find insert arithmetic mean between two numbers. Okay, they can ask you the question in which you have to insert arithmetic mean between two numbers, and in order to solve those questions you have to use this result, that if we are inserting arithmetic mean between two numbers, then the sequence formed is in arithmetic progression. Okay, sequence formed by inserting arithmetic mean between two numbers is in arithmetic progression. So by using this result, okay, by using this result you can get the answer for the questions in which we have to insert arithmetic means. Okay, you can directly use the options to get the answer, or there is one more way to get the answer. See, here I have given one example that we have to insert 4 arithmetic means between 5 and 35. Okay, between these two numbers 5 and 35 we have to insert 4 arithmetic means. So what is the process? Either you can use the option to get the answer, or what you can do, first find the difference between these two numbers. So 35 minus 5 is what? 30. And the difference between two numbers, what we have got, we have to divide it by number of arithmetic means plus 1. So 4 plus 1 is what? 5. So 30 divided by 5. Okay, 35 minus 5 is what? 30, and 30 divided by 5 is what? 6. So this is the common difference, 6. Okay, now first arithmetic mean will be what? In this smaller number 5, you have to add the common difference. So 5 plus 6 is what? 11. This is the first arithmetic mean. Second arithmetic mean is what? 11 plus 6, which is what? 17. Third arithmetic mean is what? 17 plus 6, which is what? 23. And fourth arithmetic mean is 23 plus 6, which is what? 29. Okay, this is the answer. 11, 17, 23 and 29. Okay, or you can also solve this question directly by using the options. You have to check in which option the terms are in arithmetic progression. Okay, I am taking some questions based on arithmetic progression and arithmetic mean from the exercise, and after that I will start with geometric progression. So here are some questions which we are practicing from the study material. Tell me what is the answer for this question number 8. Here it is given that mth term of arithmetic progression is n. Okay, mth term of arithmetic progression is n, and nth term is m. Okay, nth term is m. Nth term of arithmetic progression is m. You have to find the rth term. Okay, you have to find rth term. What is the answer? You can directly use the shortcut. I have already given you one shortcut, that if pth term is q and qth term is p, then rth term is what? P plus q minus r. So just instead of p and q, they have used here the letters m and n. So answer is what here? M plus n minus r. Which option is correct? Option D. Okay, m plus n minus r. Option D is the correct answer. I am giving you some more questions in which you can use the shortcut and save time in exam. See this question number 23. Okay, how to save time in exam. If let's say sum of terms in arithmetic progression is given and you have to find number of terms, then how to get the answer for this question? Directly by using the shortcut. All of you first read this question number 23. Here you can see that sum of a certain number of terms of arithmetic progression series -8, -6, -4 and so on is what? 52. So in this question they have provided us sum of first n terms of AP, which is what? 52, and we have to find the number of terms. Okay, we have to find the value of n in this question. So what you can do here, check 52 is divisible by which of the options. So here 52 is divisible by 12 or not? No, 52 is not divisible by 12. Option A is definitely wrong. Now check whether 52 is divisible by 13 or not. Yes, 52 is divisible by 13. Option B is the correct answer. Most of the times you will get the correct answer by using this shortcut. Okay. So instead of using the formula Sn is equals to n by 2 in brackets 2a plus n minus 1 times d, and then by substituting the values in that formula, it will take more time. So the best thing is what you can use the shortcut. Okay, you can use the shortcut here. Okay, where you cannot use the shortcut, let's say if here the option D is not none of this, let's say option D is what here? Option D is, let's say 26. Okay, option D is 26. Now you can see that 52 is divisible by 13 and 52 is also divisible by 26. So now we are getting two options now. So in that case, you have to solve this question by applying the complete process. Understood? But if you are getting only one option correct, then you can directly use this shortcut. That 52 is divisible by which of the options? I am taking one more question. This is question number 24. Again, in this question number 24, they have given us the first term -4, last term 146, and also they have given that the sum of the terms of arithmetic progression is 7171. You have to find the number of terms. So sum of the terms in arithmetic progression is given, which is what? 7171, and we have to find the number of terms. Again, you can use the shortcut. You have to check 7171 is divisible by which of the options. Okay. Instead of using the formula here, Sn is equals to n by 2 in brackets a plus l, what you can do, you can use the shortcut. So check whether 7171 is divisible by 101 or not. 7171 divided by 101. Yes, it is divisible by 101. So which option is correct? Option A. I hope all of you are understanding this shortcut. Okay, it will save your time in exam. See, there is one more question. This question number 9. Okay, this question number 9. Again, they have given that the sum of these terms is 155. Okay, and these terms are in arithmetic progression. If you are finding the difference between consecutive terms, you will find that the difference between consecutive terms is same. Your second term minus first term is what? -1 by 3. Third term minus second term is again what? -1 by 3. One second. Okay. Second term minus first term is what? -1 by 3. Third term minus second term is also -1 by 3. Fourth term minus third term is again -1 by 3. So difference between consecutive terms is same. So we can say that this sequence is in arithmetic progression. And the sum of these terms is given as 155. We have to find the number of terms. Now again, instead of using the formula, what you can do, you can use the shortcut. Check 155 is divisible by which of the options. 155 is not divisible by 30. 155 is divisible by 31. So which option is correct? Option B. If you solve this question by applying the complete process, you will get two answers, because you will get a quadratic equation in n, and by solving that quadratic equation, you will get two values of n. You will get one value of n as 30 and another value of n as 31. Okay. So if you solve this question by applying the complete process, you will get two answers here, 30 as well as 31. Now, if you are getting more than one option correct, what do you have to do? You have to choose only one of the options. In your OMR sheet, you cannot circle option number A as well as option number B. What you have to do? You have to choose only one of the options. Okay, understood? Very good. Now see, in this question, question number 10, you can get the answer by using the shortcut. Sum of terms of arithmetic progression is given in the form of an square plus bn. You can see here that it is given that sum of n in terms of AP is what? 5n square plus 2n. And this is in the form of an square plus bn. And they have asked us to find the nth term of the series. So you can use the shortcut that if sum of n in terms of AP is in the form of an square plus bn, then nth term is what? 2an plus b minus a. Okay, nth term is what? 2an plus b minus a. Already we have seen this shortcut. An square plus bn, then nth term is what? 2an plus b minus a. So by using this shortcut, you can get the answer now. 2an plus b minus a. Here you can see that value of a is what? 5 and value of b is what? 2. If you are comparing this 5n square plus 2n with an square plus bn, what are the values of a and b? A is 5 and b is what? 2. Substitute the values of a and b, you will get the answer. So 2 multiplied by 5 multiplied by n plus b is what? 2 and a is 5. What is the final answer? 10n minus 3. Which option is correct? Option C. Okay. I am taking one more question on which you can use the shortcut. Question number 18th. The number of numbers between 74 and 25,556 divisible by 5 is. Now how to solve this type of question? Instead of using the complete process, you can use the shortcut. Divide this 74 with 5. Okay, use calculator. 74 divided by 5. What you are getting? 14.8. Ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. I am writing here just 14. Okay, 74 divided by 5 is 14.8, but we have to ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. Now 25,556 divided by 5. Again use calculator. 25,556 divided by 5. What are you getting? 5,111.2. Ignore the decimal part and just write the integer part. So 5,111. Now answer is what? 5,111 minus 14. What is the final answer? 5097. Okay, 5,111 minus 14 is what? 5097. All of you have understood this? See, I am taking one question now in which you have to insert arithmetic means. In this question number 21, we have to insert 4 arithmetic means between -2 and 23. We are solving this question number 21 by using the options. Okay, see how to solve this question now by using the option. Check option number A whether it is in arithmetic progression or not. So you can see that difference between consecutive terms is not same. In option number A, difference between consecutive terms is not same. So option A is incorrect. Now check option B. Here also difference between consecutive terms is not same. Second term minus first term is what? 3 minus 18 is minus 15. Then 8 minus 3 is what? Minus 5. So difference between consecutive terms is not same. Option B is also wrong. Check now option C. 3, 8, 13, 18. Here you can see that these numbers are in arithmetic progression. So option C is the correct answer. Okay. If you are inserting these 4 arithmetic means between -2 and 23, the sequence is in arithmetic progression. See, -2, after that 3, 8, 13, 18, and the last term is what? 23. You can see that this sequence is in arithmetic progression. Second term minus first term is what? 5. Third term minus second term is again 5. Fourth term minus third term is again 5, and so on. So this sequence is in arithmetic progression. Understood? So option C is the correct answer. So in these questions, what you have to do? Either you can solve this by applying the complete process, or you can solve this by using the options. Okay, it is preferable to solve this type of questions by using the options. I am taking now one question in which you have to find the value of n. Okay, another term of AP is given and you have to find the value of n. Solve this question number 6. Question number 6. Which term of the progression -1, -3, -5 and so on is -39? Arithmetic progression is given and it is given in question that another term of the progression is -39. Okay, you can assume here that another term of the progression is what? -39, and you have to find the value of n. So which formula you have to use? Tn is equals to a plus n minus 1 times d. Okay, Tn is equals to a plus n minus 1 times d. Another term of arithmetic progression is what? -39. So I am putting here the value of Tn as what? -39. What is the first term of arithmetic progression? In this question number 6, what is the first term of arithmetic progression? -1. So write value of a as -1 plus n minus 1 times d. So n minus 1 times d is what? What is the common difference here? You can see that second term minus first term is what? -3 minus of -1 is what? -2. Here common difference is -2. Solve this, you will get the answer now. This -1 when shifted to opposite side, it will become +1. So -39 plus 1 is what? -38 is equals to -2 multiplied by n minus 1. This -2 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. So -38 divided by -2. This is what? 19. 19 is equals to n minus 1. So what is the value of n? N is equals to 20. This is the answer. Which option is correct? Option B is the correct answer. Okay. 20 as the term of the arithmetic progression is -39. All of you have understood this thing? Okay. I am taking one question in which you have to find the, let's say, 10th term of the arithmetic progression or 15th term of the arithmetic progression, like that. Solve this question number 13th. Okay, question number 13th. The last term of the AP 0.6, 1.2, 1.8 to 13 terms is. You have to find the last term of the arithmetic progression, and total how many terms are there? 13 terms are there. So basically you have to find here the value of 13th term. You have to find what is the value of the 13th term. So which formula you have to use? Again, Tn is equals to a plus n minus 1 times d. Okay, I am writing here only. Tn is equals to a plus n minus 1 times d. What is the value of a, n and d in this question? What is the first term of arithmetic progression? You can see here that first term of arithmetic progression is 0.6. 0.6 plus n minus 1. You have to find the value of 13th term. So value of n is what? 13. 13 minus 1 is what? 12. 13 minus 1 is 12 multiplied by. What is the common difference? See, second term minus first term. So 1.2 minus 0.6 is what? 0.6. What is the final answer? 1.2 multiplied by 0.6 is what? 7.2, and 0.6 plus 7.2 is what? 7.8. Which option is correct? Option D. All of you have understood this thing? Okay. Now we are starting with geometric progression part. There are some more questions based on arithmetic progression, but we will see those questions from past year papers now. Okay, now we are starting with the geometric progression part. Or before starting with geometric progression, you can try one more question. Okay, and in this question number 16 also, there is no need to form any equation. You can solve this question number 16 directly by using the options. All of you, please try this question number 16. And after this, we will start with geometric progression. What they have given, see, sum of three integers in arithmetic progression is 15 and their product is 80. The integers are. So there are three conditions. That the three numbers should be in arithmetic progression. This is the first condition. The second condition is sum of three numbers should be 15. And third condition is product of three numbers should be 80. Check which option is satisfying all these three conditions. So first check option number A. Check whether option number A is satisfying all these three conditions or not. Option A is wrong. Okay, you can see that here option A is incorrect. Why? Because these three numbers are not in arithmetic progression. What is second term minus first term? 6. And what is third term minus second term? Minus 3. So difference between consecutive terms is not same. So first option is wrong. Now check this second option. Again, you will find that this second option is wrong because these three numbers are also not in arithmetic progression. Here second term minus first term is what? Minus 6. 2 minus 8 is what? Minus 6. And third term minus second term is what? 5 minus 2 is 3. So difference between consecutive terms is not same. Now check option C. 2, 5, 8. Yes. Here you can see that these three numbers are in arithmetic progression. 5 minus 2 is what? 3 and 8 minus 5 is also 3. Now check whether sum of these three numbers is 15 or not. Yes, sum of these three numbers is 15 and product of these three numbers is also 80. So all the conditions are getting satisfied. So option C is correct. Here you will find that option D is also correct because these three numbers are also in arithmetic progression. What is 5 minus 8? Minus 3. And what is 2 minus 5? Minus 3. So difference between consecutive terms is same. Now addition of these three numbers is 15 and product of these three numbers is 80. All the three conditions are getting satisfied in option number D also. So both the options are correct. Option number C as well as option number D. If this type of situation arises in exam, what you have to do? You have to choose only one of the options. Don't circle two options in your OMR sheet. Okay. For a single question, you cannot circle two options. You have to choose only one option. So what you have to do? Either choose option C or you have to choose option number D. Don't circle both the options. Okay. Now we are starting with geometric progression. Geometric progression. Geometric progression is also a sequence. Okay. Geometric progression is also a sequence. And what is the condition for sequence to be in geometric progression? Ratio between consecutive terms should be same. Okay. If a ratio between consecutive terms is same, then that sequence is called as geometric progression. Sequence is said to be in GP if ratio between consecutive terms is constant. Okay. Now see, I am giving you one example. If I am writing here 6, 12, 24, 48, 96. Check whether this sequence is in geometric progression or not. So how to check whether the sequence is in geometric progression or not? You have to find ratio between consecutive terms and check whether you are getting ratio between consecutive terms same or not. What is second term by first term? 12 upon 6 is what? 2. Third term by second term, 24 upon 12 is 2. Then fourth term by third term, 48 by 24 is again 2. So you can see here that ratio between consecutive terms is same. So this sequence is in geometric progression. Okay. First term of GP is denoted by A. Common ratio is denoted by R. Okay. This second term by first term, third term by second term, this is denoted by R. And there is one formula to find the another term of geometric progression. What is the formula to find another term of geometric progression? Tn is equals to A multiplied by R to the power n minus 1. Here Tn is equals to A multiplied by R to the power n minus 1. A is what? First term of geometric progression. R is common ratio. How to find common ratio? Second term by first term. And let's say we have to find 10th term of GP. Then we have to put value of n as 10. If we have to find 6th term of GP, then we have to put value of n as 6 and so on. Okay. So you have to remember this formula that Tn is equals to A multiplied by R to the power n minus 1. And what is the formula to find another term of AP? A plus n minus 1 times D. Okay. There is one formula to find sum of first n terms of GP. What is the formula to find sum of first n terms of GP? A multiplied by in brackets R to the power n minus 1 upon R minus 1. This formula can be used if common ratio is greater than 1. If common ratio is less than 1, then what is the formula? A multiplied by in brackets 1 minus R to the power n upon 1 minus R. This formula you have to use if R is less than 1, and this formula you have to use if R is greater than 1. Okay. And see, there is one formula to find sum of infinite GP. There is a high chance of asking question based on sum of infinite GP. So what is the formula to find sum of infinite GP? A upon 1 minus R. See, infinite GP means what? There are infinite terms in geometric progression. Okay, and how to find the sum of those infinite terms of geometric progression? There is one formula, A upon 1 minus R, where A means what? First term of infinite GP, and R is what? Common ratio. But this formula can be used only if common ratio lies between -1 to +1. Okay, if common ratio lies between -1 to +1, then only we can use this formula. Okay, if common ratio is greater than 1, or if common ratio is less than -1, then you cannot use this formula. Understood? Even if common ratio is exactly 1, or if common ratio is exactly -1, then also you cannot use this formula. Okay, if R lies between -1 to 1, then only you can use this formula to find sum of infinite GP. And what is the formula to find sum of infinite GP? A upon 1 minus R. The next thing is geometric mean. What is the formula to find geometric mean? Geometric mean also we have covered in measures of central tendency. And what is the formula to find GM? Geometric mean is product of all the observations to the power 1 by number of observations. How to write this in notations? x1 multiplied by x2 multiplied by x3 and so on till xn whole to the power 1 by n. Okay. They have given one question here. You have to find geometric mean of these three numbers. So what you have to do? First find product of these three numbers. So 1 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 54. 1 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 54. What are you getting? 216. And what will come in power? There are three numbers now. So what will come in power? 1 by 3. So 216 to the power 1 by 3. And power 1 by 3 means what? Cube root. So what is the cube root of 216? 6. Final answer is what? 6. The cube root of 216 is what? 6. Clear? They can ask question in which you have to insert geometric mean between two numbers. Okay, you have to insert geometric mean between two numbers. In order to solve those questions, you can use this result, that if we are inserting geometric mean between two numbers, then the sequence formed is in geometric progression. Okay, by inserting geometric mean between two numbers, the sequence formed is in geometric progression. Okay, and also you can solve those questions by applying the complete process. Okay, but it is advisable that whenever we have to insert geometric mean between two numbers, instead of applying the complete process, what you can do? Directly use the options. Okay, first I am giving you some shortcut tricks for geometric progression questions, and after that we will solve questions from exercise. See this question number 1. Shortcut trick 1. If three terms A, B and C are in geometric progression, then what is the condition? B square is equals to AC. If these three terms are in geometric progression, what is the condition? B square equals to AC. If these three terms are in, let's say, arithmetic progression, then what is the condition? 2B is equals to A plus C. Okay, already we have seen this shortcut trick in arithmetic progression. Clear? From where we are getting this shortcut trick? See, these three terms are in GP. It means what? Second term by first term should be equals to third term by second term. Now do the cross multiplication. So B multiplied by B is what? B square, and A multiplied by C is AC. So B square is equals to A. Okay. The second shortcut trick is, if product of three terms in geometric progression is given, then how to find the middle term? Very simple. What do you have to do? Whatever product is given, you have to find the cube root of that product. Okay, and the cube root of that product will give you the middle term. Let's say product of three terms in GP is 512, and you have to find the middle term. Then answer is what? Cube root of 512. And what is the cube root of 512? 8. All of you have understood this thing? I am giving you one more example. Let's say product of three terms in geometric progression is 1000, and you have to find the middle term. Then middle term is what? Cube root of 1000. And what is the cube root of 1000? 10. So this thing I have written here. If product of three terms in GP is given, then middle term is what? Product of three terms to the power 1 by 3. And power 1 by 3 means what? Cube root. Clear? Insert three geometric means between 4 and 64. You can solve this question by using the options. Okay, you have to check which option is in geometric progression, or you can apply the complete process also. What is the process? See, what you have to do? Larger number divided by smaller number. So 64 divided by 4 is what? 16. To the power 1 divided by number of geometric means plus 1. So here we have to insert three geometric means. So 3 plus 1 is what? 4. 64 divided by 4 is what? 16. Ratio of the two numbers is what? 16. To the power 1 by number of geometric means plus 1. So 1 by 4. What will come in power here? 1 by 4. So 16 to the power 1 by 4. And what is 16 to the power 1 by 4? 2. How to find this 16 to the power 1 by 4? You can find it on calculator also. Write 16 and then press square root sign for 2 times. You will get the answer as 2. Okay, this is the common ratio. Once you get the common ratio, now you can find the three geometric means. The first geometric mean will be what? This smaller number 4 multiplied by common ratio. So 4 multiplied by 2 is what? 8. Second geometric mean will be what? First geometric mean multiplied by common ratio. So 8 multiplied by 2 is what? 16. And third common ratio, third geometric mean will be what? Second geometric mean multiplied by common ratio. So 16 multiplied by 2 is what? 32. This is the answer. See, 8, 16 and 32. All of you have understood this? Okay. But in exam, instead of applying this process, you can get the answer directly by using the options. Let's say option number A is 8, 16, 32. So how to check whether option A is correct or not? Here, the first term is what? 4. You have to insert 3 geometric means between 4 and 64. No. So here, first you have to write 4. Okay, first you have to write 4. Then the 3 geometric means are what? 8, 16, 32. Okay, 8, 16, 32. The last term is what? 64. Check whether this sequence is in geometric progression or not. If this sequence is in geometric progression, then that option is correct. So you can see here that second term by first term, 8 upon 4 is what? 2. Third term by second term, 16 upon 8 is again 2. 32 upon 16, again this is 2, and so on. So you can see that ratio between consecutive terms is same. So that option is correct. Okay. So instead of applying this complete process, okay, instead of applying this complete process, what you can do directly, you can use the options. I am taking some questions of geometric progression and geometric mean from exercise, and after that we will start with special series. See this question number 2, exercise 6b, question number 2. You have to find 8th term of the series. Okay, you have to find 8th term of the series, and the series is what? 6, 12, 24 and so on. First check whether this series is in arithmetic progression or geometric progression. So you can see here that ratio between consecutive terms is same. So this series is in geometric progression. Second term divided by first term, 12 upon 6 is what? 2. Third term divided by second term, 24 upon 12 is again 2. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. So this series is in geometric progression. What is the first term of GP here? 6. What is the common ratio? 12 upon 6 is what? 2. And we have to find 8th term. So you have to put value of n as 8. What is the formula to find nth term of GP? A multiplied by r to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values of a, r and n. You will get the answer. 6 multiplied by 2 to the power n minus 1. So 8 minus 1 is what? 7. Find now 2 to the power 7 on calculator. Okay, first find 2 to the power 7 on calculator. And after that multiplied it by 6. You will get the final answer as 768. Okay, all of you got option number B or not? 2 to the power 7 is what? 128 and multiplied by 6. 128 multiplied by 6 is what? 768. Okay, option B is the correct answer. You can try one more question. Question number 5. The last term of the series 1, 2, 4 to 10 terms is. You have to find the last term in this question. And total how many terms are there? 10 terms. So basically you have to find here T10. Okay, you have to find the value of the 10th term. Now check whether this series is in geometric progression or not. So you can see here that second term divided by first term. 2 upon 1 is what? 2. Third term divided by second term. 4 upon 2 is again 2. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. So this series is in geometric progression. What are the values of A, R and N? A is equals to 1. First term of GP is 1. Common ratio is what? Second term by first term. 2 upon 1 is what? 2. And you have to find the value of 10th term. So value of N is what? 10. Okay, you have to put value of N as 10. Now in this formula, A multiplied by R to the power N minus 1. Again substitute the values, you will get the answer. So 1 multiplied by 2 to the power N minus 1 is what? 10 minus 1 is 9. So 1 multiplied by 2 to the power 9. What is the final answer? 512. Okay, you can find 2 to the power 9 on calculator. You will get it as 512. So 1 multiplied by 512 is what? 512. Okay, option A is the correct answer. All of you have understood this thing? Now see question number 7. Again you have to find the last term of the series. And total how many terms are there? 31 terms are there. So first check whether this series is in geometric progression or not. Second term divided by first term. Okay, here numbers are not given. They have given this in letters. So here x divided by x square. What you will get? X upon x square is what? 1 by x. Now see third term by first term, second term, sorry. Third term by second term. Third term is 1, second term is x. So third term divided by second term is what? 1 by x. You can see here that ratio between consecutive terms is same. Those who have not understood this thing, see I am writing it downside. They have given the terms as x square, x, 1 and so on. Okay, and total how many terms are there? 31 terms are there. You have to find the value of the last term. You can see here that second term by first term, x upon x square. This is what? 1 by x. And third term by second term. Third term is what? 1 and second term is what? X. So you can see here that ratio between consecutive terms is what? Same. Okay, so this series is in geometric progression. Now tell me what is the value of first term. First term of geometric progression is x square. What is the common ratio? Common ratio is 1 by x. And we have to find the value of last term. So basically we have to find here what is the value of the 31st term. Okay, so you have to put value of n as 31. So use the formula Tn is equals to a multiplied by r to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. So x square multiplied by r is what? 1 by x to the power n minus 1 is what? 31 minus 1 is what? 30. Okay. Now see, x square multiplied by 1 to the power 30 is what? 1, and what will come in denominator? X to the power 30. What is the final answer? The final answer is what? X to the power minus 28. You can see here that the base is same and we are dividing these terms. Okay, base is same and we are dividing these terms. It means we have to subtract the powers. So 2 minus 30 is what? Minus 28. So here the final answer is what? X to the power minus 28, or you can also write it as what? 1 upon x to the power 28. Which option is correct? Which option is correct here? 1 second. Option C is the correct answer. Okay, 1 upon x to the power 28. All of you have understood this? Okay. Now we are starting with the questions in which we have to find sum of first n terms of the geometric progression. Okay, I am taking one question. Question number, 1 second. Yes. Question number 20. The sum of the series 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 and so on to n terms is. Okay. See, you can solve this question by using the formula of sum of first n terms of GP, or you can also get the answer of this question by using the option. First, I am explaining how to get the answer by using the option. Whenever you have to find sum of first n terms, okay, whenever you have to find sum of first n terms, what you have to do? Find the sum of first 3 terms and then use the option. So 1 plus 2 plus 4 is what? What is 1 plus 2 plus 4? 1 plus 2 plus 4 is what? 7. Okay. Now in options, put value of n as 3 and check in which option by putting value of n as 3 we are getting 7. So first we are checking option number A. 2 to the power 3 minus 1. This is what? 7. Option A is the correct answer. 2 to the power n minus 1. Okay. Option A is the correct answer. So whenever you have to find sum of n in terms of the series. Okay. Whether series is in arithmetic progression, geometric progression, or it is not in geometric progression, it is not in arithmetic progression, directly you can use this shortcut. Okay. It does not matter whether the series is in arithmetic progression or the series is in geometric progression, or the series is not in arithmetic progression or geometric progression. Okay. You can use this shortcut everywhere. Okay. Whenever you see that we have to find the sum of first n in terms of the series, you can directly use the shortcut. What is the shortcut? Find the sum of first 3 terms and then in options you have to put value of n as 3. Okay. So here sum of first 3 terms is what? In this question, sum of first 3 terms is what? 1 plus 2 plus 4 is what? 7. So here sum of first 3 terms of the series is 7. Now in options, put value of n as 3. So now in this option number A, we have substituted the value of n as 3. So 2 cube minus 1. What is 2 cube? 8. 8 minus 1 is what? 7. Option A is the correct answer. Okay. I am taking one more question in which you can get the answer by using the shortcut. Question number 13. Question number 13. See, product of 3 terms in geometric progression is 27 by 8. You have to find the middle term. What is the shortcut? If product of 3 terms in GP is given, then how to find the middle term? Middle term is square root of the, middle term is cube root of the product. Okay, middle term is cube root of the product. Now you have to find cube root of 27 by 8. What is the cube root of 27 by 8? See, 27 upon 8 whole to the power 1 by 3. So cube root of 27 is what? 3, and cube root of 8 is what? 2. This is the answer, 3 by 2. Which option is correct? Option A. Okay. We can try now one question in which you will get the answer by using the options only. Question number 19. Okay, question number 19. Product of 3 numbers in GP is 729 and the sum of squares is 819. You have to find the numbers. Now again, instead of forming an equation, what you can do? Directly use the options. Here 3 conditions are there. What is the first condition? That 3 numbers should be in geometric progression. What is the second condition? Product of 3 numbers should be 729. And what is the third condition? Sum of the squares should be what? 819. First we are checking option number A. Okay, all of you first check option number A. Check whether these 3 numbers are in GP or not. What is second term by first term here? 3 upon 9, which is what? 1 by 3. And what is third term by second term? 27 upon 3 is what? 9. So ratio between consecutive terms is not same. Okay, you have to find ratio between consecutive terms to check whether the numbers are in GP or not. So here you can see that ratio between consecutive terms is not same. So definitely option A is wrong. Now check option B. Again find ratio between consecutive terms and check whether you are getting it as same or not. So second term by first term is what? 3 by 27. 3 by 27 is what? 1 by 9. And third term by second term is what? 9 by 3 is what? 3. Again, ratio between consecutive terms is not same. Option A and B are definitely wrong. Now check option C. 3, 9, 27. Second term by first term is what? 9 upon 3 is 3. And third term by second term is what? 27 upon 9 is also 3. Ratio between consecutive terms is same. It means these three numbers are in GP. Now check whether the product of these three numbers is 729 or not. So 3 multiplied by 9 multiplied by 27. What are you getting? 729. Now check whether the sum of the squares is 819 or not. So what is 3 square 9? What is 9 square 81? And what is 27 square 729? So 9 plus 81 plus 729. What you are getting? 819. All the three conditions are satisfied in option C. Option C is the correct answer. All of you are with me, correct? If you have any of the doubt, you can ask it. If you have any of the doubt, you can ask your doubts in the chat box. I am taking one more question now, in which sum of the terms in arithmetic progression is given and you have to find the value of n. Okay, sum of terms in GP is given and you have to find the number of terms. You have to find the value of n. Read this question number 23. Number of terms to be taken so that 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 and so on will be 8191 is. How to solve this type of question? It is given that 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 and so on. Let's say total n terms are there, is equals to 8191. Okay. Now quickly check whether this series is in geometric progression or not. You can see here that second term divided by first term is what? 2. Third term divided by second term is also 2. Fourth term divided by third term is also 2. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. So we can say that this series is in geometric progression. Now write down the values of A, R. What is the value of A here? 1. Okay, first term of GP is 1. What is the common ratio? Common ratio is what? 2. Okay, second term divided by first term is what? 2. And also they have given in question that sum of first n terms of GP is what? 8191. Okay. Sum of this n terms of geometric progression is what? 8191. Now tell me what is the formula of sum of first n terms of GP. Okay, here common ratio is 2 which is greater than 1. Common ratio is 2 which is greater than 1. So which formula we have to write? A multiplied by in brackets r to the power n minus 1 upon r minus 1. Okay. Now see, 8191 is equals to A is 1 in bracket 2 to the power n minus 1 upon 2 minus 1. We are getting this equation 8191 is equals to 2 to the power n minus 1. This minus 1 when shifted to opposite side it will become plus 1. So what you are getting? 8192 is equals to 2 to the power n. Okay, instead of solving this equation now you can use the options. What options they have given? Option number A is 10. So put value of n as 10. Okay, put value of n as 10. Here put value of n as 10. So 2 to the power 10 is what? 1024, which is not equals to 8192. Definitely option A is wrong. Now check option B. Option B is what? 13. Okay, option B is 13. So put value of n as 13. What is 2 to the power 13? We can find it on calculator. 2 to the power 13 is what? 8192. Which option is correct? Option B. Okay. Which chapters will be covered in this marathon? One student is asking which chapters I will cover in this marathon. I will cover sequence and series and mathematics of finance. After that, ratio, proportion, indices, logarithm, permutations and combinations, equations, linear inequalities. Okay, definitely I will cover these 6 chapters. Okay, so out of the 8 chapters of business mathematics, I will cover these 6 chapters, and after that I will take questions of sets, relations and functions and calculus from the past year papers. Okay, for these 2 chapters, sets, relations and functions and calculus, directly I will take questions from the past year papers. Okay, first I will give you the basic results of differentiation and integration, and after that I will directly take questions from the past year papers for these 2 chapters. And for this remaining 6 chapters of business mathematics, I will take each and every concept and questions from study material as well as from past year paper. Okay. Now see, we are solving the question number 24 from exercise 6b. Here we have to insert 4 geometric means between 4 and 972. Now instead of solving this question by applying the complete process, what you can do? You can solve this by using the options. Check which option is in geometric progression. Here first I am checking option number A. So 4, 12, 36, 108, 324, 972. Between these 2 numbers, okay, between these 2 numbers 4 and 972, we have to insert 4 geometric means. and let's say the 4 geometric means are this: 12, 36, 108 and 324. Now check whether this sequence is in geometric progression or not. If this sequence is in geometric progression, then option A is correct. So 12 divided by 4 is what? 3. Second term by first term is 3. Then third term divided by second term, 36 upon 12 is again 3. Fourth term by third term, 108 upon 36 is also 3. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. Which option is correct? Option A. Okay. So instead of using the instead of applying the complete process, you can solve this question by using the options. It will save your time in exam. I am taking one question now, which is based on sum of infinite GP. Is sum of infinite GP. Question number 22. Now see how to solve this question number 22. You have to find sum of infinite GP, and the terms are: first term is 1, second term is minus 1 by 3, third term is 1 by 9, fourth term is minus 1 by 27, and so on. Okay, and you have to find sum of infinite GP. What is the formula of sum of infinite GP? A upon 1 minus R. The formula of sum of infinite GP is A upon 1 minus R. Okay, see I am writing here. The first term is 1, then second term is minus 1 by 3, third term is 1 by 9, fourth term is minus 1 by 27, and so on. And we have to find sum of infinite GP. There are infinite terms. Okay, now see here, what is the value of A? What is the first term here? 1. So write A equals to 1. What is the common ratio? What is the common ratio in this question? See how to find common ratio. Second term divided by first term. Okay, second term divided by first term. Second term is not 1 by 3. Okay, second term is what? Minus 1 by 3. Don't make mistake here. And first term is what? 1. So second term is minus 1 by 3. 1 second. Second term is minus 1 by 3 and first term is what? 1. So minus 1 by 3 divided by 1. What you are getting? Minus 1 by 3. So first term is 1 and common ratio is what? Minus 1 by 3. And this minus 1 by 3 lies between minus 1 to plus 1. Okay. And what is the formula of sum of infinite GP? I am writing the formula here. A upon 1 minus R. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. So 1 upon 1 minus of minus 1 by 3. Now minus of minus 1 by 3. This is what? Plus 1 by 3. So 1 upon 1 plus 1 by 3. And 1 plus 1 by 3 is what? 4 by 3. So 1 upon 4 by 3. This 3 will come in the numerator. So what is the final answer? 3 upon 4. 3 upon 4. And what is the value of 3 by 4? 0.75. This is the answer. 0.75. Which option is correct? Option C is the correct answer. Okay, 0.75. All of you have understood this? Okay. I am taking one question now. This question number 14th. Question number 14th. If you save 1 paisa today, 2 paisa the next day, 4 paisa the succeeding day, and so on, then your total savings in 2 weeks will be. It is given that a person is saving 1 paisa on the first day, then 2 paisa on the second day, 4 paisa on the third day, and so on. Okay, and we have to find the total savings in 2 weeks. We have to find total savings in 2 weeks. See how to solve now this question number 14th. This question is also very simple. Person is saving 1 paisa on the first day, 2 paisa on the second day, 4 paisa on the third day, and so on. Okay, and we have to find the total savings in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, total how many days are there? 14 days. Okay, 2 weeks is equals to 14 days. So total how many terms are there? There are 14 terms. There are 14 terms. And we have to find the sum of these 14 terms. Okay, we have to find the sum of these 14 terms. 1 plus 2 plus 4 and so on till 14 terms. I am not saying the last term is 14. Okay, I am saying that total number of terms are what? 14 here. Okay. Now, tell me whether this series is in geometric progression or not. Yes, this series is in geometric progression. Second term by first term is what? 2. Third term by second term is also 2. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. So this series is in geometric progression. What is the first term of GP? 1. So A equals to 1. What is the common ratio? 2. And what is the value of N? 14. Okay, we have to find the sum of first 14 terms of GP. Okay, there are total 14 terms in this geometric progression. Which formula we have to use? Sn is equals to A multiplied by in brackets R to the power N minus 1 upon R minus 1. Here common ratio is 2, which is greater than 1. So we have to use this formula. A multiplied by in brackets R to the power N minus 1 upon R minus 1. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. So A is what here? 1. R is 2. So 2 to the power 14 minus 1 upon 2 minus 1. Quickly find 2 to the power 14 on calculator. What is 2 to the power 14? 2 to the power 14 is 16,384 minus 1, which is what? 16,383. The answer is 16,383 paisa. Okay, and they have given all the options in rupee. So what you have to do to convert paisa into rupee, you have to divide it by 100. 16,383 divided by 100. Final answer is what? 163.83 rupees. 163.83 rupees. Which option is correct? Option C is the correct answer. Okay, option C is correct. Question number 15th. Now see how to solve this question number 15th. How to solve this question number 15. We have to find sum of n terms of the series. I have already told you, whenever we have to find sum of n terms of the series, you can use one shortcut. What is the shortcut? You have to find the sum of first 3 terms of the series, and then in options you have to put value of n as 3. Okay. Instead of using any formula, what you can do here, just find the sum of first 3 terms, and then in options you have to put value of n as 3. Okay. By using this shortcut, you will get the answer for this type of questions. So there is no need to check whether this series is in AP or whether this series is in GP, because even if you are checking here, you will find that this series is not in AP and this series is also not in GP. Difference between conjugate terms is not same. If you are finding second term minus first term, 44 minus 4 is what? 40, and third term minus second term is what? 400. So here difference between conjugate terms is not same. Now if you are finding ratio between conjugate terms, again you will find it is not same. What is 44 upon 4? 11. And what is 444 upon 44? 444 divided by 44, you will get it as 10.09. So ratio between conjugate terms is also not same. This series is not in AP and also this series is not in GP. So you cannot use any formula here of sum of first n terms of AP or sum of first n terms of GP. So what you have to do, just find sum of first 3 terms. Quickly find sum of first 3 terms here. What is 4 plus 44 plus 444? What you are getting? 492. The sum of first 3 terms is what? 492. Sum of this first 3 terms is 492. Now in options, put value of n as 3 and check in which option you are getting 492. In this option number A, I am putting value of n as 3. What is option A? 4 upon 9, 1 second, 4 upon 9 in brackets, 10 upon 9, 10 upon 9 in brackets, 10 to the power n minus 1 minus n. This is option A. And in this option, we have to put now value of n as 3. Why we are putting value of n as 3? Because we have computed the sum of first 3 terms. So because of that, we have to put value of n as 3. So 4 upon 9 in brackets, 10 upon 9 in brackets, 10 cube minus 1 minus 3. Now see, 10 cube minus 1 is what? 10 cube minus 1 is 999. Okay. So 10 upon 9 multiplied by 999 minus 3. And here 4 by 9 is there. Now find the value of this thing on calculator. 10 multiplied by 999 divided by 9. What you are getting? 1110, and subtract 3 from it. What you are getting now? 1107. Now 4 upon 9 multiplied by 1107. Now 4 multiplied by 1107 divided by 9. What you are getting? 492. Okay. And also we have got sum of first 3 terms as 492. Which option is correct? Option A. I hope all of you have understood this, how to solve this type of questions. Okay. So with this we have completed arithmetic progression and geometric progression. We have taken each and every concept, and also we have solved many questions from the study material. Now we are starting with special series part. 1 second. So these are some important results, and we can ask question based on these results in exam also. So the first result is sum of first n natural numbers. What is the formula to find sum of first n natural numbers? N multiplied by n plus 1 by 2. Okay, sum of first n natural numbers, formula is n multiplied by n plus 1 by 2. Then sum of first n odd natural numbers. Okay, what is the formula of sum of first n odd natural numbers? N square. Sum of first n odd natural numbers is given by n square. The third result is sum of squares of first n natural numbers. Sum of squares of first n natural numbers, and the formula is n multiplied by n plus 1 multiplied by 2n plus 1 whole divided by 6. N multiplied by n plus 1 multiplied by 2n plus 1 whole divided by 6. And the fourth result is sum of cubes of first n natural numbers. Sum of cubes of first n natural numbers, and the formula is n multiplied by n plus 1 by 2 whole cube. Sorry, square. N multiplied by n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Okay. See, if in case you are not able to recall these results in exam, then also you can get the answer. How to get the answer? See, let's say they ask this question in exam, that what is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube plus 4 cube and so on till n cube. And if you are not able to recall the formula. What you can do, you can use the options there. Okay, find the sum of first three terms. Okay. Find the sum of first three terms. What is the sum of first three terms here? 1 cube is 1, 2 cube is 8, and 3 cube is 27. So what is 1 plus 8 plus 27? 36. Okay, 1 plus 8 plus 27 is what? 36. Now let's say option A is n multiplied by n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Okay, first option is n multiplied by n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Now how to check here whether option A is correct or not? Put value of n as 3. So 3 multiplied by n plus 1 is what? 3 plus 1 is what? 4 divided by 2 whole square. So 3 multiplied by 4 is what? 12. 12 upon 2 is what? 6. And 6 square is what? 36. Option A is correct. Okay. So there is no need to panic even if you are not able to recall the result in exam. What you can do here? You can get the answer by using the options also. Okay. Now see, I have already explained you this shortcut trick that if you have to find sum of n terms of the series. Okay. If you have to find sum of n terms of the series, what is the shortcut trick? Find the sum of first three terms and then in options you have to put value of n as 3. See in this question 4 plus 6 plus 9 plus 13 and so on till n terms. Okay, you have to find 4 plus 6 plus 9 plus 13 and so on till n terms. And this series is not in arithmetic progression and also this series is not in geometric progression. Okay, you have to find sum of n terms of the series. What you can do here? Find the sum of first three terms. Okay, first you have to find the sum of first three terms. And then in options you have to put value of n as 3. Tell me what is the sum of first three terms here? 4 plus 6 plus 9 which is 19. Sum of first three terms is 19. Now in options you have to put value of n as 3. So in this option A, okay, I am putting value of n as 3. In this option A, by putting value of n as 3, what you will get? 19 only. Okay, so option A is the correct answer. Okay. One second. Now see, there is another category of questions in which they will give this condition that A, B and C are in arithmetic progression and they will ask you to find the value of some expression. Okay, here you can see that it is given that A, B and C are in arithmetic progression and we have to find the value of this expression A square plus 4AC plus C square divided by AB plus BC plus C. Now how to solve this type of questions? Okay, whenever letters are there, okay, and numbers are not there in the question, what you have to do? Instead of working in letters, you have to work in numbers. Instead of working in A, B and C, we will work in numbers. A, B and C are in arithmetic progression, no? So what we can do here, we can write 1, 2 and 3 are in arithmetic progression. Okay, we can write the value of A as 1, value of B as 2 and value of C as 3. Because these three numbers 1, 2 and 3 are also in arithmetic progression. Now in this expression, wherever A is there, write 1, wherever B is there, write 2 and wherever C is there, write 3. You will get the answer. Okay. In this expression A square plus 4AC plus C square whole divided by AB plus BC plus CA, substitute the value of A as 1, value of B as 2 and value of C as 3, you will get the answer. Okay, I have written all this thing here. And by putting the value of A as 1, B as 2 and C as 3, you will get the final answer as. Understood? Okay. One more thing now. If three numbers are in harmonic progression, let's say three numbers A, B and C are in harmonic progression, then what is the condition? The middle term B is equals to twice the product of first term and third term divided by sum of first term and third term. Okay, B is equals to 2AC upon A plus C. We have already seen that if A, B and C are in arithmetic progression, then what is the condition? 2B equals to A plus C. If A, B and C are in geometric progression, then what is the condition? B square equals to AC. If A, B and C are in harmonic progression, then what is the condition? B equals to twice AC upon A plus C. Okay, you have to remember this thing. Now, see, they can ask this question also, that A square, B square, C square are in AP. This is another category of question where instead of A, B and C are in AP, they will give that A square, B square, C square are in arithmetic progression. Okay, and you have to find these three terms are in arithmetic progression, geometric progression or harmonic progression. Now, how to solve this question? Whenever you see that A square, B square, C square are in arithmetic progression, what you can do? Now, instead of taking A square as 1, B square as 2 and C square as 3, okay, what do you have to do? Take A square as 1, take B square as 25 and take C square as 49, because 1, 25 and 49, okay, these three numbers are in arithmetic progression. You can see that 25 minus 1 is what? 24 and 49 minus 25 is also what? 24. So these three numbers are in arithmetic progression and these three numbers are perfect squares also. Okay, so instead of taking 1, 2 and 3, what do you have to take? 1, 25 and 49. A square equals to 1, B square equals to 25 and C square equals to 49. If you are taking 1, 2 and 3, it will make the question complicated because 2 and 3 are not perfect squares. Okay, so you will get value of b and c as what? Irrational numbers. So what you can do, instead of taking a square as 1, b square as 2 and c square as 3, you have to take a square as 1, b square as 25 and c square as 49. Now if a square is 1, what is the value of a? 1. If b square is 25, what is the value of b? 5. And c square is 49, what is the value of c? 7. Okay, see, I have written this thing. You have to take a square as 1, b square as 25 and c square as 49. So here a is 1, b is 5 and c is 7. Now b plus c. What is the value of b plus c now? Put value of b as 5 and put value of c as 7. So 5 plus 7 is what? 12. Second term, c plus a. Value of c is 7 and a is 1. 7 plus 1 is what? 8. And third term, a plus b. A is 1 and b is what? 5. So 1 plus 5 is what? 6. So these are the three terms now, 12, 8 and 6. Now we have to check whether these three terms, 12, 8 and 6 are in arithmetic progression or geometric progression or harmonic progression. So first check whether difference between consecutive terms is same or not. Here you can see that second term minus first term, 8 minus 12 is what? Minus 4. And third term minus second term, 6 minus 8 is what? Minus 2. So difference between consecutive terms is not same. So definitely these three terms, 12, 8 and 6 are not in arithmetic progression. Now check whether these three terms are in geometric progression or not. How to check whether these three terms are in geometric progression or not? Find ratio between consecutive terms. What is 8 upon 12? 8 upon 12 is 0.666. And what is third term by second term? 6 upon 8 is what? 0.75. So again, ratio between consecutive terms is not same. So these three terms are not in geometric progression also. Now you have to check whether these three terms are in harmonic progression or not. What is the condition for harmonic progression? That middle term should be equals to what? Twice the product of first term and third term divided by sum of first term and third term. P is equals to 2ac upon a plus c. Okay. Now see here. You can take this a as 12 here and c as 6. So 2 multiplied by 12 multiplied by 6. Do it on calculator. 2 multiplied by 12 multiplied by 6 divided by a plus c is what? 12 plus 6 is 18. So 144 divided by 18. What you are getting? 8. And here middle term is also 8. So these three terms are in harmonic progression. Okay. They can ask this type of question also in exam because these questions are not given in exercise. They have given these questions in additional question bank of sequence and series chapter. So you can expect this type of questions in exam also. Okay. All of you have understood this? So with this we have completed entire concept of sequence and series chapter. Each and every concept we have covered and similar type of questions you can expect in exam. I am taking some more questions from past year papers and after it we will start with mathematics of finance chapter. One second. All of you read this question. This question is also there in exercise 6C. Okay. And I've already told you this thing many times that most of the questions in your question paper will be from exercise questions and set A and set B questions of statistics. Okay. If you are thoroughly doing the exercise questions and set A and set B questions from statistics, you can expect around 70% paper from those questions only. And the remaining 30% questions will also be similar only. Okay. They are not testing very different questions. They are testing similar questions only which you have solved in your study material. So if you are thorough with the questions from exercise and set A and set B questions, you can easily score 80 plus marks in your quantitative aptitude paper. Okay, so don't take tension that if any student has not done questions from past year papers or if you have not solved mock test papers, RTPs, it is fine. If you have solved each and every question of exercise and set A and set B questions from statistics, then also you can easily score 80 plus marks in your quantitative aptitude paper. Okay. All of you read this question. The numbers x, 8 and y are in GP. This is the first condition that x, 8 and y, these three numbers are in GP. What is the second condition? X, y and minus 8. These three numbers are in arithmetic progression. You have to find the value of x and y. There is no need to frame any equation here. You can solve this question directly by using the options. There are many questions in business mathematics in which you can get the answer directly by using the options. Here first, we are checking option number A. Put value of x as 16 and y as 4. 16, 8, 4. Check whether these three numbers are in geometric progression or not. So what is second term by first term? 8 by 16 is what? 1 by 2. And what is third term by second term? 4 by 8 is also 1 by 2. So ratio between consecutive terms is same. So first condition is satisfied. Here also put value of x as 16 and y as 4. So 16, 4, minus 8. Check whether difference between consecutive terms is same or not. What is second term minus first term? 4 minus 16 is what? Minus 12. And what is third term minus second term? Minus 8 minus 4 is what? Minus 12. Here also you can see that difference between consecutive terms is same. So this condition is also satisfied. Which option is correct? Option A. Okay. Now read this question. Fourth term of arithmetic progression series is 0. It is given that fourth term of AP is 0. You have to find the ratio of 25th term to 11th term. You have to find the value of T25 divided by T11. Okay. So first we are using this thing. It is given that fourth term of arithmetic progression is 0. What is the formula of nth term of arithmetic progression? A plus n minus 1 times D. Okay. So fourth term of AP you can write it as what? A plus 4 minus 1 is what? 3. So A plus 3D. A plus 3D equals to 0. Okay, we can write the fourth term of arithmetic progression as what? A plus 3D. Now, you can also write it like this way. See, A is equals to what? Minus 3D. We can write the value of A in terms of D. So here A is what? Minus 3D. Okay. Now, see, 25th term of arithmetic progression, we can write it as what? You have to find the ratio of 25th term to 11th term. Now 25th term of arithmetic progression, we can write it as A plus 25 minus 1 is what? 24. So A plus 24D. And 11th term, we can write it as what? A plus 11 minus 1 is what? 10. So A plus 10D. Now instead of A, what we can write? Minus 3D. Okay, we have already got this thing that A is what? Minus 3D. So minus 3D plus 24D divided by minus 3D plus 10D. Okay. Now see, minus 3D plus 24D is what? 21D. And minus 3D plus 10D is what? 7D. D will get cancelled. And 21 upon 7 is what? 3. This is the final answer. Which option is correct? Option C is the correct answer. Okay. I am taking one more question. All of you read this question. The sum of the fourth and eighth term of an arithmetic progression is 10. The sum of first 11 terms of the series is. These are the questions which are little bit different from the questions which they have given in the exercise. But if you are thorough with the concepts, you can easily get the answer for these questions. Just should know the formulas and you should know how to solve the equation. Okay. It is given that sum of fourth and eighth term of arithmetic progression is 10. This thing is given that fourth term plus eighth term is equals to 10. Now fourth term of AP, we can write it as what? A plus 3D. If we want to write the fourth term of arithmetic progression in terms of A and D, we can write it as A plus 3D. And eighth term of arithmetic progression, we can write it as what? A plus 7D. And A plus 3D plus A plus 7D, this is given as what? 10. Now A plus A is what? 2A. And 3D plus 7D is what? 10D. So 2A plus 10D is equals to what? 10. What they have asked in question? Find the sum of first 11 terms of this series. What is the formula to find sum of first n terms of arithmetic progression? N by 2 multiplied by in brackets 2A plus n minus 1 times D. Okay. Sn is equals to n by 2 multiplied by in brackets 2a plus n minus 1 times d. We have to find the sum of first 11 terms. So put value of n as 11. So 11 upon 2 multiplied by 2a plus 11 minus 1 is what? 10. So 2a plus 10d. We know the value of 2a plus 10d now. What is the value of 2a plus 10d? Value of 2a plus 10d is 10. Okay. 2a plus 10d is equals to 10. So 11 upon 2 multiplied by 10. What is the final answer? 55. 55. This question is very simple only, but they have not given similar type of questions in exercise. But if you know each and every formula of arithmetic progression, you can easily get the answer for this question. Okay. Try to give the answer for this question orally. Product of three numbers which are in geometric progression is 512. You have to find the middle number. Okay, you have to find the second number. So I have already given you shortcut that if product of three numbers in geometric progression is given, how to find the middle number? You have to find the cube root of that product. What is the cube root of 512? What is the cube root of 512? Cube root of 512 is what? 8. Option D is the correct answer. Okay. This question is also very simple. You have to find the ninth term of the arithmetic progression. Which formula you have to use? Tn is equals to a plus n minus 1 times d. Okay. What is the value of a here? The first term is 8 plus n minus 1. You have to find the ninth term. You have to put value of n as 9. So 9 minus 1 is what? 8. And what is the common difference? What is the common difference in this question? Find the common difference. Second term minus first term. 5 minus 8. 5 minus 8 is what? Minus 3. Common difference is minus 3. 8 and 8 multiplied by minus 3 is what? Minus 24. So 8 minus 24 is what? Minus 16. Which option is correct? Option C. All these questions are from past year papers. You can see that the level of difficulty of these questions is not very high. You can easily get the answers for these questions. See this question now. Sum of the series 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on is what? 55. The number of terms is. You can easily get the answer for this question. See how we are getting the answer here. This 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is what? Sum of first and natural numbers. Okay. And what is the formula of sum of first and natural numbers? N multiplied by n plus 1 by 2. And it is given that this is equals to what? 55. Okay. N multiplied by n plus 1 upon 2 is what? 55. You have to find the value of n. Okay. Here, the sum of the series is not given very large. Okay. 55 is a small number. So, instead of checking option number A first, what you can do? You can check the option which is the smallest value. You can check here first option D. I have already given you the reasoning that why we are checking option number D first. Okay. You can save your time by applying this reasoning that sum of the series which they have given in question is not very high. Okay, 55. They have given sum of the series as 55, which is very small number. So what you can do while checking the options, okay, instead of solving this equation, it is recommended that you use options now. Okay, if you solve this equation, it will take more time because you will get a quadratic equation in n and it will take more time. So better thing is what? Instead of solving this equation, you can directly use the options. And also while using the options, don't check option number A first. Which option you have to check first? Option number D. Okay, you have to check the option which is the smallest value here. So put value of n as 10. Put value of n as 10. So 10 multiplied by 10 plus 1 is what? 11 upon 2. What you are getting? 55. Which option is correct? Option D. Okay. Now, I am taking one question. This question is also from past year paper. 17th term of an arithmetic progression you have to find. Okay, you have to find 17th term of an arithmetic progression and they have provided us with the 15th and 21st term of arithmetic progression. Okay, now see how to solve this type of questions. They have provided us the value of 15th term and 21st term of arithmetic progression. 15th term of arithmetic progression is 30.5 and 21st term, okay, 21st term of arithmetic progression is 39.5. And they have asked us to find the value of 17th term. Okay. Now see how to solve this type of questions. I am giving you one shortcut and by using this shortcut you can get the answer for this type of questions. What you have to do? Find the difference 39.5 minus 30.5. Okay, and divided by 21 minus 15. Okay. In this question they have provided us the value of 21st term and 15th term. So what you have to do? Value of 21st term minus value of 15th term divided by 21 minus 15. This will give you common difference. Okay, by doing this thing you will directly get common difference. What is the common difference here? See 39.5 minus 30.5 which is 9 and 21 minus 15 is what? 6. 9 divided by 6 is what? 1.5. This is the common difference. Okay, common difference is 1.5. Now there is no need to find the value of A. Okay, there is no need to find the value of first term of AP here. Directly you can get the answer. It is given that 15th term of arithmetic progression is what? 30.5. Okay, and we have to find the 17th term. So how to write 17th term in terms of 15th term? So 17th term is equals to what? 15th term plus 2D. There is a gap of 2 terms, no? Okay, between 17th term and 15th term there is a gap of 2. So you can write it like this way, that 17th term is equals to 15th term plus 2D. Now see, you can get the answer. 15th term is what? 30.5 plus 2 multiplied by D is what? 1.5. What is the final answer? 2 multiplied by 1.5 is what? 3. So 30.5 plus 3 is what? 33.5. This is the answer. Which option is correct? Option A. I hope all of you have understood this, how to solve this type of questions. Okay, there is no need to frame any equation. Okay, directly you can use this shortcut to get the answer. What is the shortcut? First you have to find the difference of the 21st term and 15th term, and whatever difference you are getting you have to divide it by 21 minus 15 here. Okay, in this question first find the difference of the 21st term and 15th term and then divide it by 21 minus 15. So you will get it as 1.5 and this 1.5 is what? Common difference. 1.5 is what? Common difference. There is no need to find value of A. Even without finding the value of A, you can get the final answer. What they have asked? They have asked us the value of 17th term. Okay, so you can write this 17th term in terms of 15th term. So 17th term is what? 15th term plus 2D. 15th term is 30.5 and D is what? 1.5. So final answer is what? 33.5. Okay. I'm giving you one more question similar to this. Yes. All of you now quickly try this question. ninth and 19th term of an arithmetic progression are 35 and 75. You have to find the value of 20th term. Okay, it is given that value of 19th term is what? Value of 19th term is 75. Value of 19th term is 75 and value of 9th term is what? 35. You have to find the value of 20th term. Okay, now again the first thing is what? You have to find the common difference. How to find common difference? See, 75 minus 35 divided by 19 minus 9. Now 75 minus 35 is what? 40 and 19 minus 9 is what? 10. So 40 upon 10 is what? 4. Common difference is 4. There is no need to find the value of A. You can directly get the answer. Now how to find the value of 20th term? You can write 20th term in terms of 19th term. You can write this 20th term in terms of 19th term. So T20 is what? T19 plus D. Or you can also write the 20th term in terms of 9th term. Okay, you can also write it as T20 is what? T9 plus 11D. Okay. Between 9th term and 20th term there is a gap of 11. So you can also write it as T9 plus 11D. Or you can also write it as T19 plus D. Okay, both of this will give you the same answer only. Now what is the 9th term? 35 plus 11 multiplied by D is what? 4. So 35 plus 44. 35 plus 44. What is the final answer? 79. Which option is correct? Option B. Okay. I am taking just few more questions. Already see, we have solved this question in exercise. This exact same question is there in exercise 6A and we have got the answer there as 5097. Yeah. Try to get the answer for this question. Pth term of arithmetic progression is Q and Qth term of arithmetic progression is P. Pth term is equals to Q and Qth term is equals to P. You have to find the value of P plus Qth term. You have to find the value of P plus Qth term. I have already given you one shortcut for this type of questions. That how to find the value of Rth term. If Pth term is equals to Q and Qth term is equals to P, then how to find the value of Rth term? Rth term is equals to what? P plus Q minus R. Okay, but instead of asking the Rth term, what they have asked here? P plus Qth term. So T P plus Q will be equals to what? Instead of R, what they have given here? P plus Q. So here in this formula also instead of R, what you have to write? P plus Q. So P plus Q minus P plus Q. What is the answer? 0. Okay, P plus Q minus P plus Q is what? 0. Which option is correct? Option A. So these are very simple questions. If you know the shortcut trick, you can get the answer of this question in 10-15 seconds. Okay. Okay, I am taking now one or two questions of geometric progression. One second. Yeah, this question is of sum of infinite GP. All of you quickly read this question. If for an infinite geometric progression, first term is A, common ratio is R, sum of infinite GP is 8 and second term is 7 by 8. You have to find the value of A and R. Now see, what is the formula of sum of infinite GP? Tell me, what is the formula of sum of infinite GP? The formula of sum of infinite GP is A upon 1 minus R. Okay. It is given in question that sum of infinite GP is what? 8. Sum of infinite GP is 8. I am writing here now. 8 is equals to A upon 1 minus R. Okay. 8 is equals to A upon 1 minus R. Now, if you do the cross multiplication, what you will get? A is equals to what? 8 multiplied by 1 minus R. Okay. A is equals to what? 8 multiplied by 1 minus R. There is one more condition in this question. What is the second condition? That second term is 7 by 8. It is given in question that second term is 7 by 8. Okay. Now second term is given as 7 by 8. Second term we can write as what? If first term of GP is A and common ratio is R, then second term is what? See, the formula of another term of GP is what? A multiplied by R to the power n minus 1. Now in order to find the second term, we have to put value of n as 2. So A multiplied by R to the power 2 minus 1, and 2 minus 1 is what? 1. And any number to the power 1 is what? That number itself. So second term is given by A multiplied by R. Okay, second term of GP we can write it as what? A multiplied by R. So I can write here A multiplied by R is equals to what? 7 by 8. Okay, A multiplied by R is equals to what? 7 by 8. Okay. Now see, we have two equations. This is first equation, this is second equation. and by using these two equations we can easily find the values of a and r, but I am trying to get the answer here directly by using the options. Okay, see how I am using the option here. First I am checking here option number A. Okay, first I am checking here option number A. Value of A is what? 3 and R is what? 7 by 24. 3 multiplied by 7 by 24 is what? 7 by 8. So this equation is satisfied. Okay, and even if you are not writing it like this way, this is the equation you can consider. 8 is equals to what? A upon 1 minus R. So put value of A as 3 and put value of R as 7 by 24. So 3 upon 1 minus 7 by 24. So 3 upon 1 minus 7 by 24. You can write it as what? 17 by 24. Is 17 by 24. Now 24 will come in numerator. So 3 multiplied by 24 divided by 17. This is not equals to 8. 3 multiplied by 24 is what? 72. 72 divided by 17 is what? 4.235. Okay, which is not equals to 8. So first equation is not getting satisfied. You can eliminate option number A. Okay, you can eliminate directly option number A. Now see, we are checking option B. We are checking option B. In option number B, what they have given? A equals to 4 and R equals to 7 by 16. Now see here, check whether it is satisfying the second equation or not. Put value of A as 4 and put value of R as 7 by 16. What you are getting? 7 by 4. And A multiplied by R should be equals to what? 7 by 8. So second equation is not satisfied. So this option is also wrong. Okay, option A and B are wrong. You can directly check now option number D first. Okay, check option number D. What is option D? One second. What is option D? A equals to 2 and R equals to 7 by 32. Check whether it is satisfying the second equation or not. Put value of A as 2 and put value of R as 7 by 32. Put value of A as 2 and put value of R as 7 by 32. So 2 multiplied by 7 by 32. This you can write as what? 7 by 16. Again, this is not equal to 7 by 8. So option D is also not satisfying the second equation. Option D is also wrong. Now option A, B and D are wrong. So definitely which option has to be the correct? Option C. So instead of solving the two equations, what you can do? First, frame the two equations. Okay, first you can frame these two equations. And after framing these two equations, okay, after framing these two equations, what you can do now? You can use the options. Okay, if you are not comfortable with solving the equations, what you can do? After forming an equations, you can directly use the options. Because I have seen many of the students are able to form an equation, but they are not comfortable in solving those equations. So what you can do? Once the equations are formed, after that you can use the options. Okay, so here option A, B and D you can eliminate. Option A is wrong because it is not satisfying the first equation. Option B is wrong because it is not satisfying the second equation. Option D is wrong because also it is not satisfying the second equation. And option C will definitely satisfy both the equations. Okay, so with this we have completed sequence and series chapter. If you want, you can practice more questions also. And see, I am taking 2 more questions. Okay, just I am taking 2 more questions, and after it I will start with mathematics of finance. All of you read this question. It is given that 4th, 7th and 10th term of a geometric progression are P, Q and R respectively. It is given that 4th term of geometric progression is P, then 7th term of geometric progression is Q, and 10th term of geometric progression is R. Okay, now here see, there is a gap of 3. Between 7 and 4 there is a gap of 3, and between 10 and 7 also there is a gap of 3. Okay, so what you can do? You can directly write it like this way, that these 3 terms P, Q and R are also in geometric progression. And if these 3 numbers are in geometric progression, what we can write? Q square is equals to what? P multiplied by R. We have already seen the condition that if A, B and C are in geometric progression, then what is the condition? P square equals to AC. So similarly, if P, Q and R are in geometric progression, then we can write the condition as what? Q square is equals to P multiplied by R. Which option is correct? Option C. This is the shortcut, because we have written this thing directly. And why we are able to write this thing directly, that P, Q and R, these 3 terms are in geometric progression, because the gap is same. Between 7 and 4 there is a gap of 3, and between 10 and 7 also there is a gap of 3. So we can directly write this thing, that P, Q and R, these 3 numbers are in geometric progression. So the condition will be what? Q square is equals to P multiplied by R. Let's say if instead of 4, 7 and 10, if they would have given here 8, then 10 and 12, then also answer will be option C only, because again you can see here that between 8 and 10 there is a gap of 2, and between 10 and 12 there is a gap of 2. So again you can write this thing that P, Q and R, these three numbers are in what? Geometric progression. So if these three numbers are in geometric progression, what is the condition? Q square is equals to P multiplied by R. So it is not necessary that 4, 7 and 10 will be always given. Okay, they can give here 8, 10 and 12. They can also give here 8, 15, 22, because between 8 and 15 there is a gap of 7. Between 15 and 22 there is a gap of 7. Okay, it can be anything. The main thing is what? The gap should be what? Same. Okay. Last question for this chapter. All of you quickly solve this question. In a geometric progression, fifth term is 27 and eighth term is 729. It is given that fifth term of geometric progression is 27 and eighth term of geometric progression is 729. Okay. Now you have to find the value of 11th term. Okay, you have to find what is the value of 11th term. Now how to solve this type of questions? Okay, if two terms of geometric progression are given and we have to find the value of different term, how to solve this type of questions? The first step is what? Find the ratio of these two numbers. Okay, find the ratio of these two values. 729 divided by 27. 729 divided by 27. Okay, and between 8 and 5, there is a gap of 3. You can directly write it like this way. See, R cube is equals to 729 by 27. This is the shortcut. Okay, instead of writing the equations and then dividing it, what you can do, you can directly write it like this way. From where we are getting these things, you can write 8th term as what? A multiplied by R to the power 7. And you can write 5th term as what? A multiplied by R to the power 4. And now if you divide these two equations, A will get cancelled and R to the power 7 divided by R to the power 4 is what? R cube. And 729 divided by 27. Okay, but instead of writing all that equations, what you can do, you can directly write this thing. 729 divided by 27, this is equals to what? R cube. Why we are writing R cube? Because between 8 and 5 there is a gap of 3. You have to write 3 in the power. Now 729 divided by 27 is what? 27. So R cube is equals to 27. R cube is equals to 27. So R is equals to what? 3. Okay, if R cube is 27, it means value of R is what? 3. See, they have asked us to find the value of 11th term. Now try to write 11th term in terms of 8th term. Okay, the number which is close to 11 is what? 8. So how to write 11th term in terms of 8th term? See, T11 is equals to T8 multiplied by, between 11 and 8 there is a gap of 3. So what we have to write? T8 multiplied by R cube. Okay, 11th term of GP is equals to 8th term of GP multiplied by R cube. 8th term of GP is what? 729 and R is what? 3. So 3 cube. 729 multiplied by 27. What you are getting? 19,683. 19,683. Which option is correct? Which option is correct here? Option D. Okay. This type of question also they can ask in exam, and these are simple questions only. Okay, these are simple questions. If you know the formulas of geometric progression, you can easily get the answer for this. Okay. But instead of writing all the equations and then dividing that equation, what you can do, you can directly use this shortcut. If the values of two terms of geometric progression are given, you can use this shortcut to find the ratio between the two numbers, and that should be equals to what? R to the power gap. Here gap is what? 3. Between 8 and 5 there is a gap of 3. So R cube is equals to ratio between the two numbers. R cube equals to 27. It means R equals to 3. Now how to find the value of 11th term? There is no need to find value of A. Okay, you can directly get the answer. 11th term will be equals to what? 8th term multiplied by R cube. Because again between 8 and 11 there is a gap of 3. You can write here R cube. And by substituting the values we have got the answer as 19,683. Okay. With this we have completed sequence and series chapter. Now we are starting with the most important chapter of quantitative aptitude, which is mathematics of finance. Okay, I hope all of you have understood how to get the answers of sequence and series chapter. I am taking break of 5 minutes, and after that we will start with mathematics of finance chapter. Okay, we have completed sequence and series, and you can expect 4 to 5 questions from sequence and series chapter. So now I will resume class by 3:45, 3:50. Okay, and after break we will start with the most important chapter, which is what? Mathematics of finance. Okay. Hello. Okay. So before break, we have completed sequence and series. Now we are starting with the most important chapter, mathematics of finance. We can expect around 12 to 14 questions from this particular chapter. And this chapter is also very simple because most of the questions you can solve directly on your calculator. Okay, you can get the answer of those questions directly on your calculator. Okay. This chapter is divided into 4 parts. The first part is simple interest, second part is compound interest, third part is annuity, and the fourth part is applications of annuity. Okay, so first I am starting with the simple interest. This revision notes are already uploaded on my Telegram channel. Okay, so those are not having notes, you can download these notes from the Telegram channel. Telegram channel link is in description. Okay, so first join the Telegram channel and after that you can download the notes from there. Tell me what is the formula to find simple interest. What is the formula to find simple interest? The formula to find simple interest is principal multiplied by rate of interest multiplied by time period. Okay, P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Where P is what? Principal, I is rate of interest in decimals, and T is time period. Okay, very simple. Now tell me what is the formula to find amount. Amount is what? Principal plus simple interest. Amount is principal plus simple interest. And now if you write simple interest as P multiplied by I multiplied by T. And now if in these two terms you take P common, so what will come in bracket? 1 plus I multiplied by T. So you can remember this formula for amount, that amount is equals to P multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I multiplied by T. These are the two formulas which you have to remember. The first formula is simple interest is equals to P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Okay, this is the first formula. And the second formula is amount is equals to principal multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I multiplied by T. Okay, A is equals to P multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I multiplied by T. Okay. Now, in case of simple interest, interest earned in each year is same. Okay. In simple interest questions, interest which we are earning in every year is same. Interest earned in first year is same as interest earned in second year is same as interest earned in third year and so on. Okay. This is one important result which you have to remember. Now the second result is C. This is basically the shortcut which you can use to get the answer in less time. If a sum of money doubles itself in T years, okay, in simple interest, if a sum of money doubles itself in T years, then rate of interest is reciprocal of the time period. Okay, if a sum of money doubles itself in T years, then rate of interest is reciprocal of the time period. I is equals to 1 upon T. Clear? They have given one example here. A sum of money doubles itself in 8 years. A sum of money doubles itself in 8 years and you have to find rate of interest. So rate of interest will be what? 1 upon 8. Okay, reciprocal of 8 you have to find out. So 1 upon 8 is what? 0.125. This is in decimal. If you have to write it in percentage form, multiplied by 100. What is the final answer? 12.5%. 12.5%. Next thing is, if it is given that a sum of money doubles itself in T years. Okay, this thing is given that a sum of money doubles itself in T years. Then in how much time period it will become 3 times? Then answer is what? 2T years. In how much time period it will become 4 times? Answer is what? 3T years. In how much time period it will become 5 times? Then answer is what? 4T years and so on. Okay, this is also the shortcut by using, you can get the answer in less time. Okay, so if a sum of money doubles itself in T years, then the time period in which it will get tripled is what? 2T years. The time period in which it will get quadrupled is what? 3T years and so on. Okay, so these are the important results in simple interest. And now we are solving some of the questions from our study material, and after that, okay, we will solve questions from past year paper also. One second, let me open mathematics of finance study mat and open now page number 4.8. okay, page number 4.8. we are taking the important questions from exercise 4a. All of you first quickly try to get the answer for question number 7. Principal is 8,500. Amount is 10,200. This capital R means what? Rate of interest. Okay. Rate of interest is denoted by small I, or it is also denoted by capital R. So don't get confused by seeing this capital R. Capital R means what? Rate of interest. And rate of interest is what here? 12.5%. It means you can write it as 12.5%. Okay. And simple interest. SI means what? Simple interest. And whenever you see SI in question, it means the question is of simple interest. Okay, you have to find the time period. T will be, you have to find time period in this question. Now tell me how to solve this question. Principal, amount and rate of interest is given. You have to find time period. Simple thing, use the formula of amount. A is equals to P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I multiplied by T. In this question, amount is 10,200, principal is 8,500, in brackets 1 plus, what is rate of interest here? Rate of interest is 12.5%. 12.5%, and 12.5% in decimals is what? 0.125. Okay, so write value of I as 0.125 multiplied by T. Now this 8,500 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. So 10,200 divided by 8,500, what you are getting? 1.2 is equals to 1 plus 0.125 multiplied by T. This one when shifted to opposite side, it will become minus 1. So 1.2 minus 1 is what? 0.2 is equals to 0.125 T. Tell me what is the value of T. 0.2 divided by 0.125. What you are getting? 1.6. Okay, you are getting the value of T as 1.6, and this 1.6 is what? Years. Okay, 1.6 years. 1.6 years. Now tell me which option is correct. Which option is correct? Most of the students make mistake here. They consider 1.6 years as 1 year 6 months. Okay, they consider 1.6 years as 1 year 6 months, which is wrong. Okay, which is wrong. If you are considering 1.6 years as 1 year 6 months, and if you are writing now answer as option C, this is wrong. The correct answer is 1 year 7.2 months. Okay, why I am saying that the answer is 1 year 7.2 months? See, in this 1.6 years, okay, there is one complete year, and after that there is 0.6 year. How to convert year into months? You have to multiply it by 12. I am writing here this thing. 1.6 year, you can write it as what? 1 year, and after that 0.6 year. How to convert year into months? Okay, in order to convert year into months, you have to multiply it by 12. 0.6 multiplied by 12 months. What is the final answer? 1 year 7.2 months. This question is simple only. Okay, but the reason why I have taken this question in our revision is most of the students make mistake here. Here the answer is what? 1 year 7.2 months. Which option is closest to this? Option A. Option A you have to choose. 1 year 7 months. I hope all of you have understood why answer is option A and not option C. Okay. Question number 10th. All of you now try to get the answer for this question number 10th. You can directly use the shortcut here to get the answer. A sum of money doubles itself in 10 years. The number of years it would triple itself is. It is given that a sum of money doubles itself in 10 years. If a sum of money doubles itself in T years, then the time period in which it will get tripled is what? 2T years. If you are taking this 10 as T, now tell me the time period in which it will get tripled is what? 2T. So what is the answer? 2 multiplied by 10 is what? 20. 20 years. Option C. If in this same question they would have asked rate of interest, then tell me what is the answer? What is the rate of interest? If a sum of money doubles itself in T years, find the rate of interest. Answer is what? You have to find reciprocal of 10. What is the reciprocal of 10? 1 upon 10 is what? 0.1. This is in decimals. So in percentage terms, it will be what? 0.1 multiplied by 100 is what? 10%. If a sum of money doubles itself in 10 years, then rate of interest is 10%. And the time period in which it will become 3 times is what? 20 years. If they would have asked here, find the time period in which it will become 4 times, then answer is what? 30 years. The answer is not 40 years. Answer is what? 30 years. See this thing. Triples itself 2T. Quadruples itself 3T. Okay. Triples means 3 times, but here what we are writing? 2T. Quadruples means 4 times, but here what we are writing? 3T. So don't make silly mistake in this thing. Okay. Try to get the answer for question number 9th. Question number 9th. This question number 9th is also very important. A sum of money amounts to 6,200 rupees in 2 years and 7,400 rupees in 3 years. You have to find the principal and rate of interest. Okay. It is given that amount at the end of second year is 6,200 and amount at the end of third year is what? 7,400. You have to find principal and rate of interest. Now see how to solve this question. 1 second. I'm writing here. I've made this timeline. This is 0, 1, 2 and 3. Amount at the end of second year is what? 6,200, and amount at the end of third year is what? 7,400. The reason of increase in amount from 6,200 to 7,400 is what? Interest earned in the third year. Okay. Why amount is 7,400 at the end of third year and not 6,200? Because we have earned interest in this third year. Okay, and by earning the interest in this third year, the amount is getting increased. Okay. Now see, we can easily find the interest earned in third year. How to find interest earned in third year? Interest earned in third year is amount at the end of third year minus amount at the end of second year. By doing this thing, we can compute what interest we are earning in the third year. Okay, so amount at the end of third year is 7,400 and amount at the end of second year is 6,200. What we are getting? 7,400 minus 6,200 is what? 1,200. Okay, so we have earned 1,200 rupees interest in the third year. Okay, we have earned 1,200 rupees interest in the third year. And in simple interest, interest earned in each year is same. It means interest earned in second year is also 1,200 and interest earned in first year is also 1,200. Okay, so total interest earned in these 3 years is what? What is the total amount of interest earned in these 3 years? 1,200 multiplied by 3, which is what? 3,600. So total interest earned in 3 years is 1,200 multiplied by 3, which is what? 3,600. Okay, now see, amount at the end of third year, this is equals to what? Principal plus total interest earned in 3 years. So principal plus 3,600 and amount at the end of third year is what? 7,400. Easily now you can find the principal. Okay, amount at the end of third year is what? Principal plus total interest earned in 3 years. Amount at the end of third year is given 7,400 and total interest earned in 3 years is what? 3,600. So what is principal now? 7,400 minus 3,600. What you are getting? 3,800. Which option is correct? There is only one option in which 3,800 is there. So you have to choose option A as the answer. Okay. But let's say if in two options 3,800 is there, then how to find rate of interest here? Very simple. How to find rate of interest? Use the formula of simple interest. Simple interest is equals to P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Total interest earned in 3 years is what? 3,600. Principal is 3,800. You have to find the value of I and time period is what? 3 years. Okay. 3,600 is equals to 3,800 multiplied by 3 is what? 10,400 multiplied by I. Now use the calculator, you will get the answer. 3,600 divided by 10,400. You will get this as 0.3462. If you are rounding it off up to 4 decimal places, this is 0.3462. And if you are writing it in percentage form, this is what? 34.62%. Which option is closest to this? 1 second. I think I have made one mistake here. Total interest earned in 3 years is 3,600. 3,800 multiplied by 3. 1 second. 3,800 multiplied by 3 is 11,400. Okay, I have made calculation mistake here. 3,800 multiplied by 3 is what? 11,400. Now 3,600 divided by 11,400 is what? 0.3158. Okay, please correct this thing. 0.3158. And this we can write as what? 31.58%. And in option number A also you can see the same thing, 31.58%. Okay, option A is the correct answer. All of you have understood this thing? Okay, very good. Try to get the answer for this question number 8. Okay, these first 6 questions are very simple questions, so I have not taken these questions. I have taken question number 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, which are the most important questions from exercise 4A. Solve this question number 8 now. The sum required to earn a monthly interest of 1,200 rupees at 18% per annum is, okay, we require monthly interest of 1,200 rupees. Monthly interest means what? In 1 month, okay, person should earn an interest of 1,200 rupees. So for that, what is the required principal? Okay, we have to find how much amount we have to invest. Okay, how much amount we have to invest so that every month we can earn an interest of 1,200 rupees and the rate of interest is what? 18% per annum. Again, this question is very simple. See what we have to do here. All of you please look at the screen. It is given that simple interest is what? 1,200. Okay. and rate of interest is 18%. 18% you can write in decimals as what? 0.18. And time period is what? Okay, we want monthly interest of 1200 rupees. Monthly interest means what? In 1 month we should earn interest of 1200 rupees. So your time period is just 1 month. Okay, time period is 1 month. Time period is 1 month. How to convert month into years? In order to convert month into years, we have to divide it by 12. So 1 month is how many years? 1 by 12 year. Okay. Now use the formula of simple interest, you will get the answer. Simple interest is equals to P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Substitute the values. 1200 is equals to P multiplied by 0.18 multiplied by 1 by 12. Now this 12 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in multiplication. So 1200 multiplied by 12 is what? 14,400 is equals to 0.18 P. So P is equals to what? 14,400 divided by 0.18. What you are getting? 80,000. Principal is 80,000 rupees. Which option is correct? Option C is the correct answer. Okay, don't make any silly mistake here. Many students write here time period as 1 year. Okay, but time period is not 1 year. Time period is what? 1 month. Okay, because what they have given in question, that monthly interest is 1200 rupees, and monthly interest means what? In 1 month person is earning interest of 1200 rupees. So time period is just 1 month, and you have to convert this month into years. Okay, because in this formula P multiplied by I multiplied by T, this time period is in years. So how to convert month into years? You have to divide it by 2. Okay. Now we are starting with compound interest. The first formula in compound interest is equals to P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, this is the formula to find compound interest. Here also this P means what? Principal, I means rate of interest in decimals, and n is what? Time period in years. Okay. What is the formula of amount? Amount is what? Principal plus compound interest. Okay, amount is principal plus compound interest. And now if I am writing here principal plus compound interest, and now if I am writing compound interest is P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n minus P, then this P and this minus P gets cancelled. So what is the formula for amount? P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. This is the formula for amount. So there are two formulas. The first formula is of compound interest. What is the formula of compound interest? Compound interest is P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay. You can learn this formula. That compound interest is what? P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Where P is principal, I is rate of interest in decimals, and n is time period in years. What is the formula for amount? Amount is P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. This is the formula for amount. Now, this table is very, very important. This table is related to the conversion period. Let's say if in question it is given that rate of interest is 12% per annum compounded semi-annually, or it is given that rate of interest is 18% per annum compounded monthly. It is given in question rate of interest is 8% per annum compounded quarterly. Okay, so if conversion period is given in question, conversion period means what? If semi-annually is written, or half yearly is written, or quarterly is written, or monthly is written, it means the conversion period is there in question. And if conversion period is there, you have to do some modification with rate of interest and time period. Okay, what are those modifications that we are covering in this table? If conversion period is semi-annually, you have to multiply time period by 2, and you have to divide rate of interest by 2. Okay, you have to divide rate of interest by 2, and you have to multiply time period by 2. If conversion period is quarterly, you have to divide rate of interest by 4, and you have to multiply time period by 4. The reason for doing this thing is because in 1 year, how many quarters are there? 1 quarter equals to 3 months. Okay, so in 1 year, how many quarters are there? There are 4 quarters. So if conversion period is quarterly, you have to multiply time period by 4, and you have to divide rate of interest by 4. Why we are dividing rate of interest by 4? Because the rate of interest given in question is per annum. Okay, so you have to divide it by 4. And time period is in years. So in order to convert it into quarters, you have to multiply it with 4. Understood? If conversion period is semi-annually, okay, semi-annually means half yearly. Okay, so in 1 year, how many half years are there? There are 2 half years, because 1 half year means what? 6 months. In 1 year, how many half years are there? 2 half years are there. So If a conversion period is half yearly, semi-annually, what we have to do? We have to multiply time period by 2 and we have to divide rate of interest by 2. If conversion period is monthly, we have to divide rate of interest by 12 and we have to multiply time period by 12. We have to divide rate of interest by 12 and we have to multiply time period by 12. Why we are using 12 here? Because in 1 year, how many months are there? 12 months are there. Okay. So we have to multiply time period by 12 and we have to divide rate of interest by 12. Okay. We are solving some questions based on this, and after that we will start with effective rate of interest. Open exercise 4b. I am taking some questions now from exercise 4b. Question number 10th. Okay, question number 10th. The compound interest on 16,000 rupees for 1.5 years at a 10% per annum payable half year lease. Conversion period is given in question. What is the conversion period here? Half yearly. So if conversion period is half yearly, what we have to do? We have to divide rate of interest by 2 and we have to multiply time period by 2. Okay. Now all of you please look at the screen how to solve this question. Definitely you will see at least one question of this type in exam. Okay. Either they will ask one question or they can ask 2 questions of this type in exam. And these questions are very simple question. Just you should know the steps here and don't make any silly mistake while doing the calculations. So here principal is what? 16,000. Okay, principal is 16,000. Time period. Okay, time period is what? 1.5 years. This 1.5 years you can write it as what? 1.5. Okay, 1.5. Time period is 1.5 years. And rate of interest is what? Rate of interest is 10%. Okay, rate of interest is 10%. But here conversion period is given as half yearly. So what we have to do? Divide rate of interest by 2. So 10% upon 2 is what? 5%, which in decimals is 0.05. Okay. Conversion period is half yearly. It means we have to multiply time period by 2. So 1.5 multiplied by 2 is what? 3. Okay. Now tell me what is the formula for compound interest? The formula for compound interest is P multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values. 16,000 multiplied by 1 plus I is what? 1.05 to the power n is what? 3 minus 1. Now directly use calculator. 1.05 to the power 3. Okay, find 1.05 to the power 3 on calculator. Write 1.05, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 2 times. Okay, here power is 3. You have to press equals to sign for 2 times. What is 1.05 to the power 3? 1.157625. Now subtract 1 from it. Subtract 1 from it. After subtracting 1, multiply it by 16,000. What is the final answer? 2522. Okay, 2522. This is the final answer. Which option is correct? Option B. Okay. All of you have understood this? Great. I am taking one more question similar to this. Question number 14. Okay, question number 14. The compound interest on 4,000 rupees for 6 months at a 12% per annum payable quarterly is. In this question also conversion period is given, and what is the conversion period? Quarterly. If conversion period is quarterly, what we have to do? We have to multiply time period by 4 and we have to divide rate of interest by 4. Okay. I am writing here the principal. The principal is 4,000. In this question, principal is 4,000. Rate of interest is, one second, rate of interest is 12%. And conversion period is quarterly, so you have to divide rate of interest by 4. So 12% divided by 4 is what? 3%, and decimals. You can write it as 0.03. Now see, time period is what? What is the time period in this question? You can write time period by T, or you can also write it as N. Okay. What is the time period in this question? Time period is 6 months. Okay. So first thing is what? Write this 6 months in years. 6 months is how many years? Half year. Okay. So instead of writing 6 months, I am writing here half year, or you can also write it as 0.5 year. Understood? Don't write 6 months. Okay. Whenever time period is given in months, first convert it into years. So 6 months is how many years? Half year. Okay. How to convert months into years? You have to divide it by 12. 6 by 12 is what? 1 by 2, or you can write it as 0.5. Now here conversion period is quarterly. So you have to multiply time period by 4. So 0.5 multiplied by 4 is what? 2. Okay. Simple thing. Now use the formula of compound interest. Compound interest formula is P multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. 4,000 multiplied by 1 plus I is what? 1.03 to the power n is what? 2 minus 1. Find 1.03 square first. What is 1.03 square? 1.0609. Now subtract 1 from it. Subtract 1 from it. And after subtracting 1, multiply it with 4,000. Okay, multiply it with 4,000. The final answer is what? 243.6. 243.6 rupees. Which option is correct? Option A. All of you have understood this thing? Very good. Now we are solving the next category of questions in which difference between simple interest and compound interest is given. Okay, and they will also provide you with the rate of interest, and they will ask you to find principal, okay, or they will ask you to find time period. Okay, I am taking one question from exercise only, question number 7. This question number 7 is also very important. So difference between compound interest and simple interest on a certain sum of money invested for 3 years at a 6% per annum is 110.16. So difference between compound interest and simple interest is given, which is what, 110.16. Rate of interest is also given 6%. Time period is also given 3 years. What we have to find? Principal. Okay, we have to find P in this question. Now how to solve this type of questions? Very simple. Take principal as P and find compound interest in terms of P and also find simple interest in terms of P. Okay. What is the formula of compound interest? P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. There is no conversion period in this question. So what do you have to do? No need to multiply time period by some number, or no need to divide rate of interest by some number. So P multiplied by 1 plus I. What is rate of interest in this question? 6%. 6% in decimals is what? 0.06. 1.06. 1 plus I is what? 1.06 to the power. What is time period? 3. 1.06 to the power 3 minus 1. Find it on calculator. 1.06 to the power 3 and subtract 1 from it. What you are getting? 0.191016. Okay. No need to do any rounding off. Whatever you are getting on calculator, write the same thing. So 0.191016 P. Now find simple interest. What is the formula of simple interest? P multiplied by I multiplied by T. So P multiplied by, what is rate of interest here? 6%. It means 0.06. And what is the time period? 3. So P multiplied by 0.06 multiplied by 3. What is 0.06 multiplied by 3? 0.18. 0.18 P. Okay. Now the next thing is what? Use the condition which they have given in question. The difference between compound interest and simple interest is given as 110.16. So 0.191016 P minus 0.18 P is equals to 110.16. Find the subtraction of these two things on calculator. So 0.191016 minus 0.18. This is 0.011016 P is equals to 110.16. What is the value of P? 110.16 divided by whatever you have got. What you have got now, the final answer 10,000. The principal is 10,000 rupees. 110.16 divided by 0.011016 is what? 10,000. Which option is correct? Option D is the correct answer. Okay. Most of the times they ask one question based on this type in exam. They will provide you with difference between compound interest and simple interest. They will give you rate of interest and time period also, and they will ask you to find principal. Or what they can do here, they will give you difference between compound interest and simple interest. They will provide you rate of interest. They will provide you principal also, and they will ask you to find time period. But the chances of asking this thing is very rare. Okay, the chances of asking here time period is very rare. Chances of asking time period is very less, but the chances of asking principal is very high. Okay. Now, first, we are seeing the formula of effective rate of interest. Okay, in our revision notes, see what is the formula of effective rate of interest. Effective rate of interest is 1 plus I upon n whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, here I means what? Nominal rate of interest in decimals. N is what? Conversion period. Okay, if half yearly is written in question, you have to write value of n as 2. If quarterly is written in question, you have to write value of n as 4. If monthly is written in question, you have to write value of n as 12. Simple. Okay. The formula of effective rate of interest is what? 1 plus I upon n whole to the power n minus 1. 1 is separate number, then plus sign, after that I upon n. It is not 1 plus I whole divided by n. Okay. 1, then plus sign, after that I upon n, then whole to the power n minus 1. Okay. I is what? Nominal rate of interest in decimals. N is what? Conversion period. Okay, if in question they have written quarterly, so you have to put value of n as 4. If in question they have written monthly, then you have to put value of n as 12, like that way. Okay, and there is one more thing. See, if conversion period is greater than 1, conversion period basically means what? Frequency of compounding. Okay, frequency of compounding means what? If conversion period is quarterly, it means we are getting interest for 4 times in a year. Okay. If conversion period is half yearly, it means frequency of compounding is 2. We are getting interest for 2 times in a year. If frequency of compounding is monthly, it means we are getting interest for 12 times. Okay, so n is equals to 12. Clear? So half yearly means n equals to 2, quarterly means n equals to 4, and monthly means n equals to. Clear? And if frequency of compounding is greater than 1, if frequency of compounding is greater than 1, then always you will see that effective rate of interest is greater than nominal rate of interest. Okay, they have asked this question in May 2025 paper, that if frequency of compounding is greater than 1, then which of the following option is correct? If frequency of compounding is greater than 1, then effective rate of interest is always greater than nominal rate of interest. Remember this point. Okay, we are solving now 2 questions in which we have to find effective rate of interest. All of you quickly try this question number 3. The effective rate of interest corresponding to a nominal rate of 3% per annum payable half yearly is. So half yearly is written, so you have to put value of n as 2. What is the formula of effective rate of interest? 1 plus I upon n whole to the power n minus 1. What is I here? 3%. Okay, nominal rate of interest is what? 3%. And 3% in decimals is what? 0.03 divided by n. N is what here? 2 whole to the power 2 minus 1. Now 0.03 divided by 2 is what? 0.03 divided by 2 is what? 0.015. Add 1 in it. What you are getting? 1.015. Now you have to find 1.015 square. 1.015 square minus 1. So 1.015 square, whatever you are getting, subtract 1 from it. This is 0.030225. This is in decimals. In order to convert it into percentage, you have to multiply it by 100. So what is the final answer? 3.0225%. Which option is correct? Option C. Okay. Solve quickly now this question number 9. The effective rate of interest corresponding a nominal rate of 7% per annum convertible quarterly is. Now here conversion period is quarterly. It means you have to put value of n as 4. Okay. And nominal rate of interest is what? 7%. It means you have to put value of I as 0.07. Now in the formula substitute this value. So 1 plus 0.07 divided by 4 whole to the power 4 minus 1. Definitely they will ask 1 or 2 questions from effective rate of interest in exam. Okay, and the question will be straightforward question only. Okay, just you should know the formula, and in that formula you have to substitute the values, you will get the answer. Now see, first you have to find the value of this 0.07 divided by 4. What you are getting? 0.0175. Add 1 in it. 1.0175 to the power 4 minus 1. Now 1.0175 to the power 4. Whatever you have got, subtract 1 from it. So what you are getting now? 0.07185. That is 7.185%. Which option is closest to this? Option D. All of you have understood this thing or not? Okay. And definitely, I am saying definitely, okay, there is not a chance here. Okay, I am saying with 100% surety that ICI will ask 1 question from effective rate of interest, 1 question in which they will give you the conversion period, and they will ask you to find compound interest, like this question number 14th, or this question number 10th, and 1 question in which they will provide you with difference between compound interest and simple interest. They will provide you with rate of interest and time period, and they will ask you to find principal. These questions are very common. Question number 7th, question number 10th, question number 9. These are very common questions in exam. Okay. Now see, we are solving 1 question which is based on the application of compound interest. Okay. So if you see the question in which population of town wording is there, it means you have to use the formula of amount. A equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. I am solving this question number 6th. This question number 6. All of you quickly read this question. The population of a town increase every year by 2% of the population at the beginning of that year. The number of years by which the total increase of population be 40% is. Now this question is also very simple. What you have to do? You have to use the formula of amount which we have seen in compound interest. What is the formula of amount? A is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. And here we have to find the value of n. We have to find the value of n. All of you please start writing the solution or try it by yourself. Already we have solved these questions in our classes. Okay, so you can easily get the answer for this question. So A is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Now what you can do here, assume that population of town at the beginning is what? 100. Okay, so you can take principal as 100. Principal is 100. Population of town at the beginning is 100. and it is given in question that the total increase of population is what, 40%. So if you are taking population of town at the beginning as 100, it means population of town at the end is what, 100 plus 40%, which is what, 140. You can directly write it as 140 multiplied by 1 plus, what is rate of interest here? What is rate of interest? 2%. It is given that population of town increases every year by 2%. So rate of interest is 2%, and 2% in decimals is what, 0.02 to the power n. Now 140 divided by 100 is what, 1.4 is equals to 1.02 to the power n. There is no need to solve this equation. Okay, what you can do now, use the options. Check which option is satisfying this equation. You have to check which option is satisfying this equation. Okay. Now option A is what here? Option A is 7 years. Option A is 7 years. So put value of n as 7 and check whether you are getting 1.4 or not. 1.02 to the power 7. Write 1.02 on calculator, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 6 times. What you are getting? 1.14868 something, which is not equals to 1.4. Definitely this option is wrong. Now check option B. What is option B here? 10 years. So put value of n as 10, 1.02 to the power 10. Now 1.02 to the power 10 is what? Write 1.02 on calculator, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 9 times. What you are getting? 1.21899. Again, this is not equals to 1.4. Option B is also wrong. Now check option C. 1.02 to the power 17. Okay, option C is what? 17 years. So put value of n as 17. So write 1.02 on calculator, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 16 times. Okay, or what you have to do? You have to press equals to sign till step number 18. Here power is 17. What you have to do? You have to press equals to sign till step number 18. And steps are displayed on your calculator screen on the extreme left hand side uppermost part. Okay, so press equals to sign for 16 times, or you have to press equals to sign till step number 18. What you are getting here? 1.400. Which option is correct? Option C. All of you have understood this thing? Okay, instead of writing all these steps, what you can do here, see, it is given that total increase of population should be what, 40%. So you can directly write 1.4. okay, see, because 100% plus 40% is what, 140%. 100% plus 40% is what, 140%. And 140% in decimals is what, 140 divided by 100 is what, 1.4. So directly you can write 1.4 is equals to 1 plus I whole to the power n. And what is I here? 2%. So 1.02 to the power n. 1.4 is equals to 1.02 to the power n. And once you have got an equation, after that you can directly use the option to get the value of n. Okay. You cannot easily find the value of n by solving this equation. So the best thing is what? After forming an equation, you have to use the options. I hope all of you are understanding this point. Okay. There is one more important category that they can ask you the questions based on written down value of machine. Okay. So for that you should know this formula, that written down value of machine at the end of nth year is equals to C multiplied by in brackets 1 minus d whole to the power n. Here we are assuming that we are charging depreciation by reducing balance method. Okay. We are charging depreciation on a fixed asset by reducing balance method. Okay. Then we can use this formula that WDV of machine at the end of nth year is equals to C multiplied by in brackets 1 minus d whole to the power n, where C is what? Original cost of machine, D is what? Rate of depreciation in decimals, and let's say we have to find WDV of machine at the end of 10th year, then we have to put value of n as 10. If we have to find WDV of machine at the end of 7th year, then we have to put value of n as 7, like that way. Okay, this formula is also very, very important. Clear? One more thing, if they are asking you the scrap value, okay, original cost of machine is given, rate of depreciation is given, and useful life of machine is given, and now if they are asking you the scrap value, it means what? WDV of machine at the end of its useful life. Scrap value means what? WDV of machine at the end of its useful life. Okay, let's say useful life is 8 years. So what you have to do? In order to find scrap value, you have to find written down value of machine at the end of 8th year. Clear? Okay, this formula is also very, very important. They can ask one question based on this type in exam. Okay, I'm taking one question from exercise. You can try question number 8. Yes, One student is having a doubt. Yes, Naveen, please ask your doubt in chat box. In this question number 8, see what they have given. Useful life of the machine is estimated to be 10 years and cost of machine is what, 10,000 rupees. Rate of depreciation is 10% per annum. You have to find the scrap value at the end of its life. So basically what you have to find in this question, WDV of machine at the end of 10th year. Here useful life is given as 10 years, no. And what they have asked here, scrap value. What do you have to find? WDV of machine at the end of 10th year. What is the formula? C multiplied by 1 minus D whole to the power n. Okay, I am writing the formula here. C multiplied by 1 minus D whole to the power n. What is the original cost of machine in this question? 10,000. Original cost of machine is 10,000. Okay. Then in brackets 1 minus D. What is the rate of depreciation? What is the rate of depreciation here? 10%. The rate of depreciation is 10%. So 10% in decimals is what? 0.1 to the power n. What is n here? Useful life of machinery is what? 10 years. So 10,000 multiplied by 0.9 to the power 10. Okay. They have provided us original cost of machine, which is what? 10,000. Rate of depreciation is 10%. So you can write it as 0.1. And useful life of the machinery is what? 10 years. So you have to put value of n as 10. Now find 0.9 to the power 10 on calculator. Write 0.9, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 9 times. What you are getting? 0.3486 something. Multiply it with 10,000. What is the final answer? 3486.78. 3486.78. This is the scrap value of the machine at the end of its useful life. 3486.78. Which option is correct? Option A. Okay, option A is the correct answer. All of you have understood this thing? Yes or no? If you have any of the doubt, you can ask in chat box. I am taking one more question. I am taking one more question in which you have to use the formula of C multiplied by 1 minus D whole power n. And this question I am taking from additional question bank. One second. Yes. This question number 9th. Okay, question number 9th. If you are having a doubt, please write it in chat box now. Okay, you have to write your doubt in chat box, then only I can address the doubt. Question number 9th. A machine worth 4,90,740 is depreciated at 15% on its opening value each year, when its value would reduce to 2 lakh rupees. So here, original cost of machinery is given. Okay, value of C is given. C is what here? 4,90,740. Here, 4,90,740 is what? C. Rate of depreciation is what? 15%. Rate of depreciation is 15%. So D is what? 0.15. And it is given that WDV of machinery at the end of nth year is what? 2 lakh. So you have to find the value of n. In this question, you have to find the value of n. Okay. Use the formula. WDV of machinery at the end of nth year. WDV of machinery at the end of nth year is equals to C multiplied by 1 minus D whole to the power n. What is the original cost of machinery here? 4,90,740. Right? 4,90,740 multiplied by 1 minus D. What is rate of depreciation? Rate of depreciation is what? 15%. So 1 minus 0.15 is what? 0.85. You can directly write it as 0.85 to the power n. And they have asked in how much time period the value of machinery would reduce to 2 lakh rupees. Okay, they have asked in how much time period value of machinery would reduce to 2 lakh rupees. So WDV of machinery at the end of nth year is what? 2 lakhs. Okay. Now this 4,90,740 when shifted to opposite side, this will come in division. So 2 lakhs divided by 4,90,740. What you are getting? 0.4075. If you are rounding it off up to 4 decimal places, you will get it as 0.4075 is equals to 0.85 to the power n. Now you have to use the options. You cannot solve this equation directly because log values are not provided. Because the only way to solve this equation is what? You have to take log on both the sides. But log values are not provided. So what you have to do? You have to use the options. Now see how to use options here. Option number A is 4 years 6 months. Option B is 4 years 7 months. Option C is what? 4 years 5 months. This 4 years 6 months, 4 years 7 months and 4 years 5 months. Okay. All these three options lie between 4 and 5 years. So instead of checking this option number A, B and C first, what you can do? You can check first option number D. Option number D is what? 5 years 7 months. And this 5 years 7 months lie between what? 5 and 6. Okay. I am checking here option number D first. 5 year 7 months. You cannot put value of n directly as 5 years 7 months because this 5 years 7 months will be in what? Fractions. Okay. So what you have to do? This 5 years 7 months lie between 5 and 6. So put value of n as 5 and after that put value of n as 6. 0.85 to the power 5 you have to find out. And after that 0.85 to the power 6 you have to find out. What is 0.85 to the power 5? Write 0.85 on calculator, then press multiplication sign and after that press equals to sign for 4 times. What you are getting? 0.4437. Now find 0.85 to the power 6. What you are getting? 0.3771. You can see that we want 0.85 to the power n as what? 0.4075. And this 0.4075 lies between these two values. This 0.4075 lies between these two values. So definitely n lies between what? 5 and 6. Okay, we want 0.85 to the power n is what? 0.4075. And you can see here that 0.4075 lies between 0.85 to the power 5 and 0.85 to the power 6. So definitely answer has to be in between 5 and 6. And there is only one option which is between 5 and 6. Option D is the correct answer. Okay, 5 years 7 months. Okay. One student is asking that whether short one chapter videos are there or not. If you are comfortable with Hindi language, then Naveen, you will find a playlist, okay, on my YouTube channel in which I have uploaded chapter wise revision sessions. Okay. If you are comfortable with Hindi language, if you understand Hindi, you can find one short revision of all the chapters on my YouTube channel and you can find the playlist of those videos on my YouTube channel. Okay. One student is asking whether marathon of economics will be there or not. No, I will not take marathon of economics. The previously uploaded video, okay, you can use for your economics marathon. You can use my previously uploaded video. Priyanka, in which question you have doubt? We have to find scrap value. Okay, the previous question in which we have to find scrap value. 1 second. In this exercise 4b question number 8, exercise 4b question number 8, they have provided us useful life of machine. What is useful life of machinery? 10 years. They have given cost of machinery which is what? 10,000. And also they have provided us rate of depreciation which is what? 10% per annum. And what they have asked here? What they have asked? Scrap value at the end of its life. Scrap value basically means what? WDV of machinery at the end of its useful life. Okay. And what is the useful life of machinery? 10 years. So it means in order to find this scrap value, we have to find WDV of machinery at the end of 10th year. Okay. This you have understood, Priyanka? In order to find scrap value, what we have to find in this question? WDV of machinery at the end of 10th year, because useful life is what? 10 years. And what is the formula to find WDV of machine? C multiplied by in brackets 1 minus d whole to the power n. Okay, WDV of machine at the end of nth year is what? C multiplied by in brackets 1 minus d whole to the power n. Okay, you have to use this formula in order to find WDV of machine at the end of nth year. It is given in question that cost of machinery is what? 10,000. Rate of depreciation is what? 10%, and 10% in decimals is what? 0.1. And we have to find scrap value. So it means we have to find WDV of machine at the end of 10th year. Okay, so you have to put value of n as what? 10. By substituting these values now, you can get the answer, and the final answer is what? 3486.78. Okay. Yes, Naveen, you can refer those videos. If you have already done questions, you can refer those videos, the chapter wise revision sessions which I have already uploaded. You can refer those videos. Okay. No, 1 hour lectures are not there. Sorry, 1 hour lectures are not there. So if you are comfortable with giving time, you can watch the one shot revision lectures of all the chapters. Now we are starting with NUT. We are starting with NUT. We have completed simple interest. Also, we have completed compound interest. Also, we have seen the questions which are based on the applications of compound interest. Okay, that thing we have covered. Now we are starting with the most important part of this chapter, which is NUT. We have to start now with NUT. And you can expect from NUT around 5 to 6 questions. In minimum 5 to 6 questions they will ask from NUT. Okay. What is the meaning of the term NUT? What is the meaning of the term NUT? NUT means what? Series of cash flows. Okay. But any series of cash flows cannot be called NUT. There are two conditions which needs to be satisfied. Okay. For series of cash flows to be called an NUT, two conditions should be satisfied. The first condition is amount of each cash flow should be same, and the second condition is time interval between two consecutive cash flows should also be same. Okay, all of you quickly read this thing. Series of cash flows is called as NUT if amount of each cash flow is same and time interval between two consecutive cash flows is also okay. There are two types of NUT. There are two types of NUT. The first one is ordinary NUT. It is also called as NUT regular. And the second one is NUT due. Another name for NUT due is NUT immediate. What is the meaning of the term ordinary NUT? Ordinary NUT means cash flows are occurring at the end of each period. Okay. If in an NUT cash flows are occurring at the end of each period, it is called as ordinary NUT. If cash flows occur at the end of each period, it is called as ordinary NUT. What is the meaning of NUT due? If in an NUT cash flows occur at the beginning of each period, it is called as NUT due. Okay. If cash flows occur at the beginning of each period, it is called as NUT due. Okay. One more thing, if nothing is mentioned in question, okay, if they have not mentioned the type of NUT, what you have to assume? That the question is of ordinary NUT. If nothing is mentioned, always assume that the question is of ordinary NUT. If nothing is mentioned in this question, always consider that the question is of ordinary NUT. Okay. Now, present value of single cash flow. Okay, we are starting with the concept of present value now. So first, we are covering the formula of present value of single cash flow, and after that we will see the formula of present value of NUT, and after that we will see the formula of future value of single cash flow, and then we will see the concept of future value of NUT. Okay, all of you please look at the screen. How to find present value of single cash flow? Very simple. The formula to find present value of single cash flow is amount of cash flow divided by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay, this is the formula. Present value of single cash flow is A upon 1 plus I whole to the power n, where A is what? Amount of that cash flow, I is what? Discounting rate in decimals, and n is, let's say if that cash flow is standing at time t equals to 5, then you have to put value of n as 5. If that cash flow is standing at time period t equals to 7, then you have to put value of n as 7. Understood? Okay, so this is the formula to find present value of single cash flow. Amount of cash flow divided by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Clear? Now, how to find present value of NUT? We already know that NUT are of two types, ordinary NUT and NUT due. So we have two formulas. The first formula which I am giving now, this is of present value of ordinary NUT. Okay. So you can use the short formula, which is A multiplied by present value NUT factor I comma n. The formula to find present value of ordinary NUT is A multiplied by present value NUT factor I comma n. Okay, this formula, A multiplied by present value NUT factor I comma n. Here A means what? Amount of each cash flow, I means what? Rate of interest in decimals, and n is what? Time period in years. Okay, basically this n means what? Number of cash flows, or you can also say time period in years. Okay, so whenever you see question of present value of ordinary NUT, use this formula. Okay, instead of using this first formula, you can use this second formula, and you can get the answer in very less time, because this present value NUT factor, you can find this thing directly on calculator, and most of the times they will give you the value of present value NUT factor in question itself. Okay, so you can save your time by finding the present value NUT factor directly on calculator, or they will provide you present value NUT factor value in question itself. Okay, so all of you remember this formula for present value of ordinary annuity. There is one more formula, which is what? A upon I in brackets 1 minus 1 upon 1 plus I to the power n. Basically this thing which I am highlighting with red color, see this thing which I am highlighting with red color, this is present value annuity factor I comma n. So because of that we can write the formula A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. Okay, now see how to find present value annuity factor I comma n on calculator. I have given you the complete steps here in notes also, that how to find present value annuity factor I comma n on calculator. The first thing is you have to write 1 on calculator. After that you have to press the division sign. Okay, then you have to write the value of 1 plus I. After that you have to press equals to sign till step number n plus 2. Okay, I have already told you that steps are displayed on your calculator screen at the left hand side uppermost part. Okay, so you have to press equals to sign till step number n plus 2, or you can also remember it like this way, that you have to press equals to sign for n times. Okay, you have to press equals to sign for n times, or you can remember it like this way, that you have to press equals to sign till step number n plus 2. And at last you have to press the GT button, okay, gross total button. Okay, so these are the steps which you have to do in order to get present value annuity factor on calculator. So first you have to write 1 on calculator, then you have to press division sign. After that you have to write down the value of 1 plus I. Then you have to press equals to sign for n times, or you can say you have to press equals to sign till step number n plus 2, and at last you have to press the GT button. By doing all these steps you will get present value annuity factor on calculator. Okay, I am giving you one example in which now you have to find present value annuity factor on calculator. Present value annuity factor 5% comma 10. All of you quickly find the value of this thing on calculator. Present value annuity factor 5% comma 10. Okay, all of you first write 1 on calculator. Okay, write 1 on calculator, then press the division sign. Okay, after writing 1 on calculator, press the division sign. Now tell me what is the value of 1 plus I. You have to find the value of 1 plus I orally. Okay, don't use calculator. So here I is 5%. So what is the value of 1 plus I? 1 plus 0.05 is what? 1.05. So first you have to write 1 on calculator, then you have to press division sign, and now you have to write 1.05. Understood? After writing 1.05, now you have to press equals to sign for how many times? Your value of n is what? 10. You have to press equals to sign for 10 times. You have to press equals to sign for 10 times. After pressing equals to sign for 10 times, now what you have to do? You have to press the GT button. Okay, after pressing the GT button, what you are getting? 7.7217. This is present value annuity factor 5% comma 10. All of you have understood this thing? Okay. In order to find this present value annuity factor 5% comma 10, what we have done? First we have written 1 on calculator, then we have pressed division sign. After that we have written the value of 1 plus I, which is what? 1.05. Then we have pressed equals to sign for 10 times, or we can say we have to press equals to sign till step number 12. Okay, and at last we have to press the GT button. All of you should get the same thing, 7.7217. Okay, great. This is the formula of present value of ordinary annuity. Always use this second formula. Present value of ordinary annuity is A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. A means what? Amount of each cash flow. I means what? Rate of interest in decimals. And n is what? Number of cash flows, or you can say time period in years. Okay. Next thing is present value of annuity due. How to find now present value of annuity due? Okay, what is the formula of present value of annuity due? Very simple. If you know the formula of present value of ordinary annuity, in that formula just multiply it with 1 plus I. That will give you present value of annuity due. Okay, I have written the same thing here. Present value of annuity due is what? Present value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I. Okay, so no need to remember the complete formula of present value of annuity due. Just remember it in this manner, that present value of annuity due is what? Present value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I. Clear? Okay. Now this point is very, very important, because many of the students get confused in which question we have to use the formula of present value of annuity, in which question we have to use the formula of present value of single cash flow, like that way. So whenever you see in question that loan is repaid in installments, okay, if you see in question that we have taken some loan and we are repaying that loan amount in installments, then use the concept of present value of annuity. Okay, if loan is repaid in installments, then write this equation, that loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. Okay, if loan is repaid in installments, you have to write this equation, loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. Clear? And in this type of questions, they will provide you with the loan amount, they will provide you with the rate of interest, and also they will provide you with the time period. Okay, and what they will ask, they will ask you to find a value of each installment. Okay, how much amount we have to pay at the end of each year. Okay, they will ask you to find the value of installment. Okay, so in order to find the value of installment, first you have to write this equation, that loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. This thing is very important. Whenever you see in question that loan is repaid in installments, okay, you have to write this equation, that loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. Okay, and this thing is also important, that cost of asset, okay, cost of fixed asset is equals to what? Down payment plus loan amount. Let's say we have purchased, okay, a house, and in order to purchase that house, we have made a down payment of 2 lakh rupees and we have taken a loan of 8 lakh rupees. Okay, we have purchased one house, and in order to purchase that house, we have made a down payment of 2 lakh rupees and we have taken a loan from HDFC Bank of 8 lakh rupees. What is the cost of that house? Down payment of 2 lakh and loan amount is of 8 lakh. So 2 lakh plus 8 lakh is what? 10 lakh. Okay, so cost of asset is equals to what? Down payment plus loan amount. Clear? This is also very, very important. I will take questions based on all these points. Okay, so with this we have completed present value of single cash flow, and also we have completed present value of annuity. Now I am taking questions from study material first. We can open exercise 4C. Exercise 4C, page number 4.41. Page number 4.41. All of you first solve this question number 1. The present value of an annuity of 3000 rupees for 15 years at a 4.5% per annum compound interest is. You have to find present value of annuity. Now you can have a doubt here that, sir, they have not mentioned the type of annuity. Okay, they have asked just present value of an annuity. They have not asked present value of ordinary annuity, or they have not asked present value of annuity due. So what we have to do? If nothing is mentioned in question, always assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. I have already told you this thing, that if nothing is mentioned about the type of annuity in question, then always assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. So here you have to find present value of ordinary annuity. Present value of, I am writing ordinary annuity by OA. What is the formula of present value of ordinary annuity? A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. Okay, here A means what? Amount of each cash flow, I is rate of interest, and n is what? Number of cash flows, or you can say time period in years. Now here tell me, what is the amount of each cash flow? What is the amount of each cash flow? 3000. Right, value of A is 3000 multiplied by present value annuity factor. What is I? 4.5%. Okay, or you can write 4.5% in decimals also. 4.5% in decimals is what? 0.045. And what is n here? Time period is 15 years. You have to put value of n as 15. All of you can see now. I think now screen is proper. So we have substituted the value of A as 3000. I is 4.5%. So you can write it in decimals as 0.045. And time period is 15 years. So we have put here the value of n as 15. Now find present value annuity factor on calculator. All of you now quickly find this present value annuity factor on calculator. How to find this thing on calculator? First write 1 on calculator, then press the division sign. Now write down the value of 1 plus I. What is value of 1 plus I here? 1.045. Okay. Now press equals to sign for 15 times. Here value of n is 15. So you have to press equals to sign for 15 times. Or what you can do? Press equals to sign till step number 17. Okay. You have to press equals to sign for 15 times. Or you can say you have to press equals to sign till step number 17. After pressing equals to sign till step number 17, all of you should get 0.5167. Okay, if you are pressing here equals to sign till step number 17, or I can say if you have pressed equals to sign for 15 times, all of you should get 0.5167 on your calculator screen. And after that, now press the GT button. Okay, so after pressing the GT button, all of you should get now 10.7395 something. Okay, present value annuity factor is 10.7395 something. Multiply it with 3000, that will give you the final answer. What is the final answer? 32,218.637. Which option is closest to this? Option B. Okay, option B is closest to the answer which we have got. So you have to choose option B as the answer. Okay, solve now. 1 second. This question number 3. Exercise 4C, question number 3. A loan of 10,000 rupees is to be paid back in 30 equal installments. It is given in question that loan is repaid in installments. Okay. And I have already told you, if you see this type of wordings that a loan is repaid in installments, then you have to write one equation. And what is that equation? Loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. Okay. Amount of each installment to cover the principal and at 4% per annum compound interest is. So you have to find here amount of each installment. In this question, you have to find amount of each installment. Means you have to find the value of A. Okay. First, write this equation. Loan amount is equals to present value of annuity. They have not mentioned in this question that we are paying installments at the end of each year or we are paying installments at the beginning of each year. Okay. In this question number 3, they have not mentioned anything regarding this point, that installments are paid at the end of each year or installments are paid at the beginning of each year. So what do you have to assume? That the question is of ordinary annuity. Loan amount is equals to what? Present value of ordinary annuity. What is the loan amount in this question? 10,000. What is the formula of present value of ordinary annuity? Amount of each cash flow, or you can say amount of each installment multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. What is I in this question? 4%. So you can write 0.04. And what is n? It is given that loan is repaid in 30 equal installments. So your value of n is what? 30. The number of installments is 30, or you can say your time period is what? 30 years. Now find present value annuity factor on calculator. Find this on calculator. Present value annuity factor 0.04 comma 30. How to find this on calculator? Write 1 on calculator, then press the division sign. After that, write 1.04 because 1 plus I is what? 1.04. Now press equals to sign for 30 times. Your value of n is 30. So you have to press equals to sign for 30 times, or what you can do? Press equals to sign till step number 32. Okay, press equals to sign till step number 32. Steps are displayed on your calculator screen at the left hand side uppermost part. Okay, so press equals to sign for 30 times, or you can look at the steps here. Press equals to sign till step number 32. Whatever is the value of n plus 2. Your value of n is 30, no? So 30 plus 2 is what? 32. So you have to press equals to sign till step number 32. After pressing equals to sign till step number 32, all of you should get 0.3083 something. Now press the GT button. After pressing the GT button, what you are getting? 17.2920. Okay, 17.2920. So 10,000 is equals to A multiplied by 17.2920. What is the value of A? This 17.2920 which you have got on calculator, you can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button. Then write 10,000. Then press division sign, then press MRC. What you are getting? 578.30. What is the value of A? 578.30. 10,000 divided by 17.2920. 10,000 divided by 17.2920 is what? 578.30. Which option is correct? Option C. Okay. These questions are very important. Don't make any silly mistake here. And how to identify that? We have to use the formula of present value of ordinary annuity. If it is given in question that loan is repaid in installments, then definitely you have to use the formula of present value of annuity. Okay. They have given many questions of this type in this exercise. I am taking, see, one more question. Question number 12. The present value of an annuity of rupees 5,000 per annum for 12 years at 4% per annum compound interest annually is. Again, they have not mentioned anything about the type of annuity. What they have asked is present value of an annuity. It means you have to assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. Use the formula of present value of ordinary annuity, you will get the answer. Okay, all of you quickly solve this question number 12. The formula of present value of ordinary annuity is A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. What is the amount of each cash flow or amount of each installment in this question is what? 5,000. 5,000 multiplied by present value annuity factor. What is I? 4%. So you can write it as 0.04. And what is n? 12. Okay. Find now present value annuity factor 0.04 comma 12 on calculator. So write 1 on calculator, then press the division sign. After that, write 1.04. Then press equals to sign for 12 times. You have to press equals to sign for 12 times, or what you can do, you can check these steps. Press equals to sign till step number 14. Here value of n is 12. So 12 plus 2 is what? 14. So press equals to sign till step number 14. Okay. After pressing equals to sign till step number 14, now press the GT button. What you are getting? 9.3850 something. Multiply this with 5,000. What you are getting now? 46,925.37. 46,925.37. If you are rounding it off up to 2 decimal places, this is the answer. 46,925.37. Which option is closest to this? Option. You can expect 1 or 2 questions, okay, in which they will ask you to find present value of annuity. Straightforward question. They will provide you with the value of A, I and N, and they will ask you to find present value of annuity. Okay. Now we are starting with future value of single cash flow, and after that I will take future value of annuity concept. Okay, I will take more questions based on present value of annuity and future value of annuity, but that questions I will take directly from the past year papers. Okay, all of you now look at the screen. What is the formula to find future value of single cash flow? Okay, the formula to find future value of single cash flow is A multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay, the formula to find future value of single cash flow is A multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n, where A is what? Amount of that cash flow, and I is what? Rate of interest in decimals. You can see here the formula. Future value of single cash flow is A multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. Now, what is the formula to find future value of ordinary annuity? Okay, the formula to find future value of ordinary annuity is present value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. You can also remember the formula like this, that future value of ordinary annuity is what? Present value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay, and by solving this you will get the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Because the present value of ordinary annuity formula is what? We have written two formulas for present value of ordinary annuity. We have written two formulas for present value of ordinary annuity. This first formula and this is the second formula. If you take this formula, A upon I in brackets 1 minus 1 upon 1 plus I to the power n. Here, if I am writing, see, A upon I in brackets 1 minus 1 upon 1 plus I to the power n. And now, if you are multiplying it with 1 plus I whole to the power n, what you will get? What you will get? A upon I in brackets 1 multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n is what? 1 plus I whole to the power n. Then minus sign. 1 upon 1 plus I whole to the power n multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n is what? This 1 plus I whole to the power n and this 1 plus I whole to the power n will get cancelled. So what we will get? 1. This is the formula for future value of ordinary annuity. A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, you have to learn this formula of future value of ordinary annuity. A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1, where A is what? Amount of each cash flow, or you can say amount of each installment. I is what? Rate of interest in decimals. N is what? Number of cash flows, or you can say time period in years. Okay. So they can ask a simple question in which they will provide you with the values of A, I and N, and they will ask you to find future value of ordinary annuity. Okay, all of you have understood this thing? Great. Now, what is the formula of future value of annuity due? Very simple. Future value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I. Okay, future value of annuity due is what? Future value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I. In this formula of future value of ordinary annuity, okay, just you have to multiply this formula with 1 plus I, and that will give you what? That will give you future value of annuity due. If you multiply this formula, with 1 plus I, it will give you future value of annuity due. See, I have written the same thing. A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1, bracket close, multiplied by 1 plus I. This thing is what? Future value of ordinary annuity. We have multiplied it with what? 1 plus I, and this gives us what? Future value of annuity. Okay. I have written one note here that if you see the word sinking fund in question, okay, if you see the word sinking fund in question, directly use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. They have given some questions in which the word sinking fund is there. Okay, so if you see this word in question, okay, if you see this word sinking fund in question, directly use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. the word sinking fund is there in question, always use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. I have written one tip for annuity questions. If you see that the word starting from now is written in question, okay, or immediately is written in question, or it is written in question that the installments are paid at the beginning of each period, it means the question is of annuity due. Okay, if you see these wordings in question, starting from now, immediately, or beginning of each period, it means the question is of annuity due. Okay, these are the key wordings by which we can identify the question is of annuity due. Okay, and if nothing is mentioned, then you have to assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. If nothing is mentioned in question, then you have to assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. But if they specifically write this thing that starting from now, okay, installments begin from now, installments start from now itself, it means the question is of annuity due, or immediately is written, or if you see this wording that installments are paid at the beginning of each year, it means the question is of annuity due. Okay, we are solving now some questions which is based on future value of annuity, and after that we will start with the concept of perpetuity. Okay, they have not given many questions based on future value of annuity, so we are solving just 2 to 3 questions from exercise. Solve this question number 5. Amount of each installment is given as 100. Amount of each cash flow, or you can say amount of each installment is given as 100. N is equals to 10 and I is 5%. What they have asked? Future value of annuity. They will not give this thing in exam. Definitely they will not provide you with the formula in exam. So you have to learn that formula. Okay, and they have not mentioned the type of annuity. Just what they have asked here, find future value of annuity. It means you have to assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. So use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity and you will get the answer. Okay. See, in this question, they have given value of A as 100. Okay. Also, they have given us the value of I as what? 5%. 5% in decimals is what? 0.05. And they have given us the value of N. What is the value of N in this question? The value of N is 10. Value of N is 10. And they have asked us future value of ordinary annuity. Future value of ordinary annuity. What is the formula of future value of ordinary annuity? You have to learn this formula. Future value of ordinary annuity is A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power N minus 1. This is the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Now substitute the values of A, I and N. So 100 divided by 0.05 in brackets 1 plus I is what? 1.05 to the power 10 minus 1. Okay. Now you can get the answer directly on calculator. First find the value of 1.05 to the power 10. Okay, find 1.05 to the power 10 on calculator. So write 1.05, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 9 times. You have to press equals to sign for 9 times. Here power is 10, so you have to press equals to sign for 9 times. What you are getting? 1.05 to the power 10 is what? 1.62889 something. Now subtract 1 from it. Okay, subtract 1 from it. After subtracting 1, now multiply it with 100. Okay, multiply it with 100. And at last now divide it by 0.05. Divide it by 0.05. This will give you the final answer. What you are getting now? 1257.789. 1257.789. Which option is correct? This is nearly equals to 1258. So you have to choose option A as the. Okay. All of you have understood this. Now see this question number 6. Question number 6. If the amount of an annuity after 25 years at a 5% per annum compound interest is 50,000 rupees, the annuity will be. How to identify that? We have to use the formula of present value of annuity in this question or future value of annuity, because sometimes you might get confused that which formula we have to use, present value of annuity or future value of annuity. So see, if the question is in future tense, use the formula of future value of annuity. If it is given in question the word sinking fund, use the formula of future value of annuity. If it is given in question the wordings that loan is repaid in installments, use the formula of present value of annuity. Okay. So here, read this line for one more time. Amount of an annuity after 25 years. They are talking about some future time. Okay, so this question is of future value of annuity. Understood? Amount of an annuity after 25 years at 5% per annum compound interest is what? 50,000 rupees. They have asked us the annuity. Basically what they are asking here, what is the amount of each installment? What is the amount of each cash flow? Future value of annuity is given. Okay, and nothing is mentioned about the type of annuity. So what do you have to assume? That the question is of ordinary annuity. So future value of ordinary annuity is given. What is future value of ordinary annuity here? 50,000. And you have to find the amount of each cash flow. How to solve this thing now? Future value of ordinary annuity is equals to A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. It is given that amount of an annuity after 25 years is what? 50,000 rupees. Okay. They have given us future value of ordinary annuity. It is clearly given in the question that amount of an annuity after 25 years is what? 50,000 rupees. So this 50,000 is what? Future value of ordinary annuity. They have not given us the amount of each installment. So we have to find the value of A. What is I in this question? What is I in this question? 5%. So 5% in decimals is what? 0.05. A divided by 0.05 in brackets. 1 plus I is what? 1.05 to the power n is what? 25 minus 1. Now use calculator. You will get the answer. So 1.05 to the power 25. Find the value of this thing. 1.05 to the power 25. Write 1.05 on calculator. Press the multiplication sign and now press equals to sign for 24 times. Power is 25, so you have to press equals to sign for 24 times. What you are getting? 1.05 to the power 25 is what? 3.3863 something. Okay. Subtract 1 from it. After subtracting 1, now divide it by 0.05. What you are getting now? 47.7271. Okay. 50,000 is equals to A multiplied by 47.7271. Or what you can do, this value which you have got, you can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button. And now this thing will come in the division. So 50,000 divided by, now press the MRC button. If you have stored this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button, now you can press the MRC button. And at last equals to, what you are getting? 50,000 divided by 47.7271 is what? Is 1047.62. Okay, 1047.62. Which option is closest to this? Option B. Okay, they have given exact same thing, 1047.62. Option B is the correct answer. Okay, all of you have understood this thing or not? So they will provide you with future value of ordinary annuity. Also they will provide you with the values of I and N, and they will ask you to find the value of A. Okay. In this question also, in this question number 6 also, if you know the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, you can easily get the answer. But one thing is very important, that this 50,000 is not A. Okay, some of the students might get confused here, that this 50,000 is A. This is wrong. If you are using the formula of present value of annuity, then also you will not get the answer. Okay, this 50,000 is not A. This 50,000 is what? Future value of ordinary annuity, because it is given in question that amount of an annuity after 25 years. After 25 years means what? They are talking about some future time. So amount of an annuity after 25 years is what? 50,000 rupees. So this 50,000 is future value of ordinary annuity. Clear? I am taking one more question, and in this question ICI has given, I think, wrong answer. One second. Yes, question number 14. This question is from additional question bank, question number 14. All of you quickly read this question. Raja, aged 40, wishes his wife Rani to have 40 lakh rupees at his death. If his expectation of life is another 30 years and he starts making equal annual investments commencing now. Commencing now means what? Starting from now. Okay. Commencing now means starting from now. So this question is of annuity due. This is the keyword. This commencing now is the keyword in this question. By this word, you can identify that the question is of annuity due. Okay. At 3% compound interest per annum, how much should he invest annually? We now know this thing, that the question is of annuity due. Okay, we know that this question is of annuity due. But you have to identify one more thing, whether this question is of present value of annuity due or future value of annuity due. So read the question for one more time. They are talking about some future time or they are talking about the present time here. if his expectation of life is another 30 years, okay, it is given in question that this person Raja will live for another 30 years, okay, and at the time of his death he wants 40 lakh rupees for his wife Rani, okay. It is given in question that this person Raja will live for another 30 years and he wants 40 lakh rupees at the time of his death for his wife Rani. This 40 lakh rupees is required after 30 years, okay. This 40 lakh rupees is not required now. This 40 lakh rupees is required at the time of death of Raja, okay, and it is expected that Raja will live for another 30 years. So it means we want 40 lakh rupees after 30 years. We want this 40 lakh rupees after 30 years. So this is what future value, okay, future value. This question is of future value of annuity D. Use the formula of future value of annuity D, you will get the answer. This 40 lakhs is what future value of annuity D, okay. This person Raja wants 40 lakh rupees at the time of his death for his wife Rani, okay, and it is given in question that Raja will live for another 30 years. So basically 40 lakh rupees is required after 30 years. So this 40 lakh rupees is what? Future value of annuity. And they are talking about which annuity in this question? Annuity due, because commencing now is written, okay. So use the formula of future value of annuity due, you will get the answer. Future value of annuity due, future value of annuity due is equals to, what is the formula of future value of annuity due? A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I. Future value of annuity due is what? Future value of ordinary annuity multiplied by 1 plus I, okay. This is the formula of future value of annuity due. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. Future value of annuity due is given in question, which is what? 40 lakhs. You have to find the value of A. They have asked here how much amount should he invest annually. Okay, so you have to find the amount of each installment. A upon, what is I in this question? 3%, and 3% in decimals is what? 0.03. 1 plus I is what? 1.03 to the power. N is what? N is 30. Okay, time period is what? 30 years. Okay. So 1.03 to the power 30 minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I is what? 1.03. Now use calculator. Find 1.03 to the power 30 on calculator. Find 1.03 to the power 30 on calculator. So write 1.03, then press multiplication sign, and after that press equals to sign for 29 times. Or if you do not want to count equals to sign, what you can do? Press equals to sign till step number 31. Okay. See, some of the times you will make a mistake while counting equal to sign. So what you can do? You can press here equals to sign till step number 31. And 1.03 to the power 30 is what? 2.42726 something. Okay, 1.03 to the power 30 is 2.42726. I have seen many times student make mistake while computing the value of this thing on calculator. Okay, because there is a high chance that when you are pressing the equals to sign for 29 times, and if you are counting it, okay, you might get confused there, or you might make a silly mistake there. So better thing is what? If you have to press equals to sign for longer time, okay, what do you have to do? Instead of counting that how many times you have pressed equals to sign, what you can do here? Your power is 30, so press equals to sign till step number 31. Okay, whatever is there in the power plus 1. Once now you have got the value of 1.03 to the power 30, subtract 1 from it. Okay, 1.03 to the power 30. After that, subtract 1 from it. Subtract 1 from it. After that, multiply it with 1.03. After subtracting 1, multiply it with 1.03. And now divide it by 0.03. What you are getting? 49.0026 something. Okay, so 40 lakhs is equals to A multiplied by 49.0026. Okay. So what is the value of A? This 49.0026 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. Or what you can do? This 49.0026 value which you have got on calculator, you can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button. Then write 40 lakhs. Then press the division sign, and after it press the MRC button, and at last press equals to. This will give you the value of A. What is the value of A? 81,628.19. Okay. But ICI is not given any of the option like this. But this is the correct answer. If this same question comes in exam, they will change the options. The answer which they have given is wrong. The answer which ICI has given here is wrong. They have not given any of the options as 81,628.19. because they have solved this question by taking the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, which is completely wrong. Okay, this question is not based on the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. This question is based on the formula of future value of annuity due. If you see this wording commencing now, it means the question is of annuity due. So you cannot solve this question by taking the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay, whatever answer ICI has given, that is completely wrong. If they ask the exact same question with the exact same figures, they will change one of the options as 81,628, or instead of giving the option 81,628, they will give it as 81,630. Okay, 81,630. Clear? But the answer which ICI has given is wrong. If you are solving this question by taking the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, then you will get one of the options correct. Okay, but that thing is wrong. If you want to use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, then we have to remove these wordings from the question. Okay, I am taking one question in which the word sinking fund is there. This question number 12. All of you quickly read this question number 12. A sinking fund is created for redeeming debentures worth 5 lakh rupees at the end of 25 years. How much provision needs to be made out of profits each year, provided sinking fund investments can earn interest at 4% per annum? I have already told you, whenever you see the word sinking fund in question, it means you have to use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. To redeem debentures after 25 years, how much amount is required? 5 lakh rupees is required. So this 5 lakh is what? Future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. To redeem debentures after 25 years, we require 5 lakh rupees. So this 5 lakh is what? Future value of ordinary annuity. Use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, you will get the answer. Okay, so future value of ordinary annuity. Future value of ordinary annuity is equals to A upon I in bracket 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Here future value of ordinary annuity is what? 5 lakh, because in order to redeem debentures after 25 years we require 5 lakh rupees. So this 5 lakh is what? Future value of ordinary annuity. You have to find the provision that needs to be made at the end of each year. So you have to find the value of A. See in this question what they have asked, how much provision needs to be made out of profits each year. So basically what they are asking here, amount of each installment. Okay, you have to find the value of A. What is I in this question? 4%. 4%. So 4% in decimals is what? 0.04. 1 plus I is what? 1.04 to the power. N is what? 25 minus 1. Find now 1.04 to the power 25. Now again, what you can do? First write 1.04 on calculator. Then press the multiplication sign. Now here, instead of counting equals to sign for 24 times, here power is 25. So you have to press equals to sign for 24 times. Okay. So instead of counting equals to sign for 24 times, what you can do? Press equals to sign till step number 26. Your power is 25. So 25 plus 1 is what? 26. Press equals to sign till step number 26. Okay. Or if you want, you can count equals to sign for 24 times. 1.04 to the power 25 is what? 2.6658 something. Okay. Subtract 1 from it now. Subtract 1 from it. And after that, divided by 0.04. What you are getting? 41.6459 something. Okay. So 5 lakhs is equals to A multiplied by 41.6459. Or if you want, you can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button. Because anyways, this 41.6459 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. You can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button. Now write 5 lakhs, press the division sign, and now press the MRC button, and at last press equals to. This will give you the value of A. What is the value of A? 12,005.98. Okay, 12,005.98. Which option is closest to this? Option A. Okay, 12,005.98 is nearly equals to 12,006. Option A is the correct answer. Okay. All of you have understood this thing. I am taking many questions from the study material itself. If you are solving this much questions before exam, no, definitely you will get the answer for each and every question which they will ask you. If from this particular chapter, they can ask this type of questions only. I will take questions from past year papers also, and you will find it. Whatever questions we have solved from the study material now, this type of questions only they test in exam. So if you are understanding now each and everything, when we have to use the formula of annuity due, okay, when we have to use the formula of ordinary annuity. So I have already told you that if the word sinking fund is there in question, you have to use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. If you see the word commencing now, or starting from now, or immediately, or beginning of each period, then you have to use the formula of annuity due. If the question is in future tense, okay, if they are talking about some future time, it means you have to use the formula of future value of annuity. If they are talking about present time only, okay, or if it is given in question that loan is repaid in installments, then you have to use the formula of present value of annuity. If nothing is mentioned in question, okay, about the type of annuity, then you have to assume that the question is of ordinary annuity. So simple thing is, loan is repaid in installments, then write the equation loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. If the word sinking fund is there, then use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. If they are asking present value of annuity, then use the formula of present value of ordinary annuity, because they have not mentioned the type of annuity, no. So you have to consider that the question is of ordinary annuity. If they are asking future value of annuity and nothing is mentioned about the type of annuity, use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. If it is given in question that the installments are paid at the beginning of each year, okay, it means loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity due. If installments are paid at the beginning of each year, it means loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity due. If it is given that the installments are commencing from now only, okay, installments commence from now itself, it means loan amount is equals to what? Present value of ordinary, present value of annuity due. So these words are very, very important. Commencing now, starting from now, immediately, beginning of each year, beginning of each period, it means the question is of annuity due. Otherwise the question is of ordinary annuity. Okay. And how to identify whether the question is of present value of annuity or future value of annuity? If they are talking about some future time, see, in order to redeem debentures, okay, we require some amount after 25 years, after 20 years, after 10 years, like that way. So the question is based on the concept of future value of annuity. Okay, if we are taking loan, okay, now loan is taken at present and we are repaying that loan in installments, then we have to use the concept of present value of annuity. Understood? Okay, if we want to purchase machinery after 10 years, okay, and for that we are saving and investing that amount every year. Okay, let's say we have to purchase machinery worth 50 lakh rupees after 10 years, and for that we are saving some amount every year, and we are whatever amount we are saving, we are investing that amount in a some, you can say, fund, okay, so that we can have 50 lakh rupees at the end of 10 years. Okay, in order to purchase machinery worth 50 lakh rupees at the end of 10 years, what we are doing, we are saving and investing a certain amount every year, so that we can have 50 lakh rupees at the end of 10 years. So this question is based on the concept of future value of ordinary annuity. In order to redeem debentures also, we have to use the concept of future value of ordinary annuity. Okay, so I have given you each and everything, and based on this only they will ask questions in exam. Now we are starting with the concept of perpetuity. Perpetuity is basically what? Annuity in which infinite cash flows are there. Okay, it is called as perpetuity. Okay, an annuity with infinite cash flows is called as perpetuity. An annuity that continue forever is called as perpetuity. Okay, we cannot find future value of perpetuity, but we can find present value of perpetuity. What is the formula to find present value of perpetuity? A upon I. A is what? Amount of each cash flow, and I is what? Rate of interest in decimals. Present value of perpetuity is A upon I. Okay. There is also one formula of present value of growing perpetuity. If the amount of each cash flow is not same, okay, it is growing at a certain rate, then how to find present value of growing perpetuity? A upon I minus G. The formula to find present value of growing perpetuity is A upon I minus G, where A is what? Amount of first cash flow, I is rate of interest in decimals, and G is what? Growth rate in decimals. Okay. The next thing is valuation of bond. This is based on the application of annuity. How to find value of bond? There is one formula, okay, which you have to remember. The formula to find value of bond is interest amount multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n plus redemption value divided by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. If the formula to find value of bond is interest amount multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. Interest amount multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n plus redemption value divided by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. How to find interest amount? Face value per bond multiplied by coupon rate. Let's say face value per bond is 1000 rupees and coupon rate is 8%. Interest amount is what? 1000 multiplied by 8%, which is what? 80 rupees. Okay, clear? Instead of bond, they can also give the word debenture, 10% debentures. Okay, let's say we have to find the price of 10% debentures, and it is given that face value per debenture is what? 1000 rupees, and we have to find now interest amount. So here what we have to do, face value per debenture is what? 1000, and coupon rate is what? 10% debenture. It means coupon rate is what? 10%. So 1000 multiplied by 10% is what? 100. Okay. then I is what? Required rate of return. Okay, this required rate of return will be given in question. N is what? Tenure of the bond. Okay, if any company is issuing a bond, that bond will be redeemed after certain year. No? Okay, if a company is issuing a bond, or if a company is issuing a debenture, that bond or debenture will be redeemed after certain years. Let's say tenure of the bond is 7 years, then you have to put value of N as 7. If tenure of the bond is, let's say, 10 years, then you have to put value of N as 10, like that way. Okay, redemption value means what? Redemption value means how much amount company needs to pay at the time of maturity of bond. Okay, redemption value means how much amount company has to pay for every bond at the time of its maturity. That is called as redemption value. Clear? So I have explained you the meaning of these terms also, and you have to remember this formula. In order to find price of bond, value of bond, you have to use the formula interest amount multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n, then plus sign, after redemption value divided by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. Now how to find net present value? You have to remember the formula here, that the formula of net present value is present value of all cash inflows minus present value of all cash outflows. Net present value is what? Present value of all cash inflows minus present value of all cash outflows. If NPV is greater than 0, then we accept the project. If NPV is less than 0, then we reject the project. There is less chance of asking question based on net present value. They can ask a simple question that if NPV is greater than 0, then which of the following option is correct? And they will provide you with 4 options. Option A, accept the project. Option B, reject the project. Option C, can't say. Option D, none of this. The answer is what? If NPV is greater than 0, then we have to accept the project. Okay, but there is a very less chance of asking numerical question in which you have to find net present value. Okay, and the compounded annual growth rate. How to find compounded annual growth rate? See, with the help of one example, I am explaining you how to find CAGR. Okay, see, in this example, I have provided you with the revenue for the past 5 years. I have provided you with the revenue from year 2022 to year 2020. Clear? And we have to find CAGR of revenue. Okay, we have to find the compounded annual growth rate of revenue. Now, how to solve this type of questions? The revenue which they have given of the first year and the revenue which they have given of the last year, that is of useful. Okay, the revenue which they have given of first year and the revenue which they have given of last year, only this information is useful to solve the question. This information is not at all useful. Okay, the revenue which they have given here for 2023, 24 and 25, this information is not useful. Only the revenue which they have given from the revenue which they have given for the first year and the revenue which they have given for the last year, only this information is useful. Okay, now see what we have to do. We have to use the formula of amount which we have seen in compound interest. A is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. We can imagine the situation like this, that we have deposited 100 rupees at the beginning, and this 100 rupees has become 125 at the end of how many years? 4 years. 2022 to 2026, how many years is there? 4 years. 2026 minus 2022 is what? 4 years. We can imagine the situation like this, that we have deposited 100 rupees at the beginning, and this 100 rupees has become 125 rupees at the end of 4 years. Okay, this 125 you have to take as amount, this 100 you have to take as principal, and we also know the time period. Time period is what? 4 years. Now, by using the formula of A equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n, there is only one unknown I. Okay, we can easily find the value of that unknown I, and that unknown I is basically what? Compounded annual growth rate. Okay, I have written all this thing. Only first and last year data is of use. Okay, the revenue which they have given for first year and of last year is of use. The revenue which they have given of this 2023, 24 and 25, this is of no use. Okay, you can literally strike this data. Okay, this is of no use. Now, revenue for the first year you have to take it as principal, revenue for the last year you have to take it as amount, and then you have to use the formula of A equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. And here time period is not 5 years. Okay, don't make mistake here that they have given here 5 years data. Okay, don't put value of n as 5. Here value of n is what? 4. Why? 2026 minus 2022 is what? Okay, so you have to put value of n as 4. So here we have substituted the values, and now by solving this equation we can get the value of I. This 100 when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. So 125 upon 100 is what? 1.25. 1.25 is equals to 1 plus I whole to the power 4. Now we are taking fourth root on both the sides. So by taking fourth root on both the sides, what we will get? 1.25 to the power 1 by 4 is equals to what? 1 plus I. Okay. Now how to find 1.25 to the power 1 by 4? In order to find the fourth root, you have to press square root sign for 2 times. So write 1.25 on calculator. Write 1.25 on calculator and then press square root sign for 2 times. What you are getting? 1.0574. Okay. We have written this thing. 1.0574 is equals to what? 1 plus I. Therefore, I is equals to what? 0.0574. Is 0.0574. This is in decimals. If you want it in percentage, multiply it by 100. So final answer is what? 5.74%. Okay. And the last concept is relation between nominal rate of return, real rate of return, and inflation. What is the relationship between these three things? Real rate of return is nominal rate of return minus inflation. Or you can say nominal rate of return is what? Real rate of return plus inflation. Okay. Either you can write the result like this thing, that nominal rate of return is what? Real rate of return plus inflation. Or you can also write it real rate of return is equals to what? Nominal rate of return minus inflation. This plus inflation when shifted to opposite side, it becomes what? Minus inflation. You can write it like this way also, that real rate of return is equals to what? Nominal rate of return minus inflation. Okay. So with this we have completed the entire concept of mathematics of finance, and also we have seen the questions from study material. Now I am taking some questions from the past year papers. One student is asking that if in module question option is wrong, then we have to learn that. No. Okay. No need to learn that thing, because if let's say any question is wrong in module and if they are asking the exact same question in exam, okay, and they are not changing the options also, so definitely they will provide grace marks there. Okay. So no need to learn the answers for the wrong questions which they have given in study material. Okay, like in this question number 14, okay, this question number 14 which is there in additional question bank of mathematics of finance chapter, the answer which ICI has given is wrong. Okay, so there is no need to learn the answer which ICI has given. Okay, understood, Akshaya? Okay, now we are solving questions from past year paper. So I am taking one past year paper, and from that paper will solve the questions of mathematics of finance. Okay. See, I have opened here one past year paper, and from this past year paper we will solve all the questions which they have asked from the mathematics of finance chapter. One second. Yes. See, from this question number 11th to question number 24. Question number 10th. Yes, from question number 10th, question number 11th to question number 24, all the questions are from mathematics of finance chapter. So quickly we will solve all these questions now. The first, I am solving this question number 13. All of you quickly try to get the answer for this question number 13. The effective annual rate of interest corresponding to a nominal rate of 6% per annum payable half yearly is. What is the formula of effective rate of interest? 1 plus I upon n whole to the power n minus 1. Okay. Here conversion period is half yearly. Okay. So you have to put value of n as 2. Okay. Conversion period is half yearly. So you have to put value of n as 2. And I is what? 6%. So 6% in decimals is what? 0.06. So 1 plus 0.06 divided by 2 whole to the power 2 minus 1. 0.06 divided by 2 is what? 0.03. This 0.06 divided by 2 is what? 0.03. What you are getting? 1.03 square minus 1. What is 1.03 square? 1.0609. Subtract 1 from it. 0.0609. That is 6.09%. Which option is correct? Option D. All of you can see this now. Okay. I have already told you that they ask every time 1 or 2 questions which are based on the effective rate of interest. Okay. So you should know the formula, and in that formula just you have to substitute the values, you will get the answer. Okay. What is the answer here? 6.09%. Yes, option D is correct. Very good. Solve now question number 15th. Don't make any silly mistake here. Okay, question number 15th. All of you quickly read this question number 15th. Find the future value of an investment of 7,000 rupees compounded quarterly at a 10% per annum for 3 years. And it is given that 1.025 to the power 12 is what? 1.34489. This question is of future value of single cash flow, or this question is of future value of annuity. First you have to identify whether this question number 15 is based on future value of single cash flow or future value of annuity. Okay, annuity means what? There should be a series of cash flows. So check whether there is series of cash flows or not. No, there is not series of cash flows in this question. Okay, series of cash flows is not there in this question. Only single cash flow is there. Okay, you can see that we have to find the future value of single investment of 7,000 rupees. This 7,000 rupees is not invested annually. I hope all of you understood this point. Okay, in this question number 15, only single cash flow is there. Okay, series of cash flows is not there. If let's say if they would have written here, find the future value of an investment of rupees 7,000 rupees made annually. Now this question becomes of what? Future value of annuity. Okay, but here series of cash flows is not there. There is only a single cash flow of 7,000 rupees. This question is based on the formula of future value of single cash flow. What is the formula of future value of single cash flow? A multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. What is A? 7,000. Okay, amount of cash flow is what? 7,000 multiplied by. Now here see, conversion period is there. What is the conversion period here? Quarterly. Okay, conversion period is quarterly. So what we have to do? If a conversion period is quarterly, we have to divide rate of interest by 4 and we have to multiply time period by 4. Okay, what is rate of interest here? 10% divided by 4. So 10% divided by 4 is what? 2.5%, which in decimals is what? 0.025. What is the time period in here? 3 years. You have to multiply it by 4. So 3 multiplied by 4 is what? 12. Now 1 plus I is what? 1 plus I is 1.025 to the power n. N is what? 12. And no need to find 1.025 to the power 12 on calculator. It is directly given in the question. So 7,000 multiplied by 1.34489. What you are getting? 9414. 9414.23. Which option is closest to this? Option A. Okay, I hope all of you have understood here that why we have used here the formula of future value of single cash flow and not future value of annuity. Okay. We are solving now. See one more question. Question number 19. Relationship between annual nominal rate of interest and annual effective rate of interest if frequency of compounding is greater than 1. I have already told you this thing that if frequency of compounding is greater than 1, okay, if frequency of compounding is greater than 1, then effective rate of interest is always greater than nominal rate of interest. Okay, if frequency of compounding, frequency of compounding means what? N. Okay, in the formula of effective rate of interest, N is there, no? So that N means what? Frequency of compounding. If N is greater than 1, then effective rate of interest is always greater than nominal rate of interest. Which option is correct? Option B. You have to choose option B as the answer. Just solving now. See one more question. Question number 22. Dinesh received a cash bonus of 1 lakh rupees which he deposited in a bank which pays 10% interest compounded annually. How much approximate equal amount can Dinesh withdraw annually for a period of 10 years? Okay, you have to understood the question here properly, that which formula you have to use. This person Dinesh has received a cash bonus of 1 lakh rupees which he has deposited in a bank, and that bank pays interest at the rate of 10% compounded annually. Okay, now what they have asked here, see, how much approximate equal amount can Dinesh withdraw annually for a period of 10 years? First tell me, this question is based on present value of annuity or future value of annuity. Okay, this question is very tricky. Tell me, this question is based on present value of annuity or future value of annuity. Definitely the question is of annuity. Why we are saying that the question is of annuity? Because you can see the word annually here. Okay, we are withdrawing equal amount annually. Okay, we are withdrawing equal amount annually. It means we are withdrawing the amount every year. So series of cash flows is there. So definitely the question is of annuity. I hope all of you have understood this thing also, that how we have identified that the question is based on annuity. Whenever you see series of cash flows in question, it means the question is of annuity. So here we are not withdrawing the amount for just one time. We are withdrawing the amount annually. It means we are withdrawing the amount every year. And the amount which we are withdrawing, that is of equal amount. Okay, so series of cash flows is there. And the amount of each cash flow is same. And the time gap between two consecutive cash flows is also same. So the question is based on annuity. Now, how to identify that the question is based on present value of annuity or future value of annuity? Very simple. This person Dinesh has received a cash bonus of 1 lakh rupees now. Okay, at present he has received a cash bonus of 1 lakh rupees. Okay, this question is based on present value of annuity. I hope all of you have understood this thing. These questions are tricky questions, but if you understand each and every concept, then you will not make a silly mistake there. Okay, this 1 lakh rupees is not required at the end of 10 years. I hope all of you are understanding this point. This 1 lakh rupees is not required at the end of 10 years. This person Dinesh has received 1 lakh rupees now itself. Okay, he has received this 1 lakh rupees at present only. This question is based on the concept of present value of annuity, and nothing is mentioned. So what you have to assume, the question is based on ordinary annuity. So present value of ordinary annuity is equals to A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. And what is present value of ordinary annuity here? 1 lakh. Okay. The amount which Dinesh has received is present value of ordinary annuity here, 1 lakh, is equals to A multiplied by present value annuity factor. What is I? 10%. You can write 0.1. And what is n here? 10 years. 10. Now find present value annuity factor 0.1 comma 10 on calculator. Easily you can find this thing on calculator. How to find present value annuity factor on calculator? First write 1 on calculator. Then press the division sign. After that, write down the value of 1 plus I, which is what? 1.1. Then press equals to sign for 10 times, or we can say we have to press equals to sign till step number 12. Here value of n is 10, so we have to press equals to sign till step number 12. And at last you have to press the GT button. Okay. You will get this as 1 lakh is equals to A multiplied by 6.14456 something. Okay, or what you can do, you can store this value on calculator, because anyways if this value when shifted to opposite side, it will come in division. So you can store this value on calculator by pressing the M plus button, then write 1 lakh, press the division sign, and then press MRC button, and at last press equals to, what you are getting? 16,274.53. The value of A is what? 16,274.539 something. Which option is closest to this? Option A. Okay. Question number 23. Question number 23. Find the approximate future value of an annuity due. What they have asked in this question? Future value of annuity due. Okay, simple thing. So you have to use the formula of future value of annuity due. You will get the answer of 500 rupees per quarter for 8 years and 9 months at the interest rate of 6% compounded quarterly. In this question, conversion period is also there, which is what? Quarterly. If conversion period is quarterly, what we have to do? We have to divide rate of interest by 4 and we have to multiply time period by 4. Okay. First, tell me what is the amount of each installment, or what is the amount of each cash flow? 500 rupees. Amount of each cash flow or amount of each installment is what? 500 rupees. What is rate of interest? 6%, and conversion period is quarterly, so you have to divide it by 4. So 6% divided by 4 is what? 1.5%, which in decimals is what? 0.015. Okay. What is the time period in this question? What is the time period in this question? 8 years and 9 months. 8 years and 9 months. How to write this in years? Tell me 9 months is equals to how many years? 9 months is equals to how many years? 9 divided by 12, which is what? 0.75. So this 8 years and 9 months, we can write it as what? 8.75 years. Correct? Okay. Time period is what? 8 years and 9 months. And this 8 years and 9 months, we can write it as what? 8.75 years. But here conversion period is quarterly, so you have to multiply time period by 4. Now tell me what is 8.75 multiplied by 4. What you are getting? 35. Okay, 35. Okay. What they have asked in question? They have asked us to find future value of annuity due. Future value of annuity due. What is the formula of future value of annuity due? See, I am writing here. Future value of annuity due is A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. So A is what? 500. I is what here? 0.015. Then 1 plus I. 1 plus I is what? 1.015 to the power. N is what? 35 minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I is what? 1.015. Okay. No need to find 1.015 to the power 35 on calculator. It is given in question only. Okay. 1.015 to the power 35. This is given in question only. What they have given? 1.6839. Use this value. 1.015 to the power 35 is 1.6839. Now subtract 1 from it. 1.6839 minus 1. Okay. Multiply it with 1.015. Again multiply it with 500. And then divide it by 0.015. You will get the final answer. What you are getting? 1.6839. Correct? This is 1.6839. From this you have to subtract 1 minus 1 multiplied by 1.015 multiplied by 500 divided by 0.015. What you are getting? 23,138.62. Which option is closest to this? You have to choose option D as the answer. Okay, don't leave this question in exam. Okay, you are getting here the answer is 23,138.62. But the option which is closest to this is what? Option D. So you have to choose option D as the answer. Okay. Now see, we are solving question number 21. Question number 21. How much approximate amount should you save annually to accumulate? Whenever you see the word accumulate, the question is of future value. Okay, this is also very important. Whenever you see this wording accumulating, whenever you see this word accumulating question, it means the question is of future value. Okay, so how much approximate amount should you save annually? We have to save the amount annually. Annually means every year. So there is a series of cash flows. This question is based on future value of annuity. I hope all of you are understanding this point. Okay, how we have understood that this question is based on future value of annuity? Because the word accumulate is there. Okay, the word accumulate is there. I have already told you this thing, that if you see the word accumulate in question, then the question is based on the concept of future value. Now how we have identified that this question is also based on annuity? Because we have to save the amount every year. Okay, what they have written here? How much approximate amount should you save annually? Annually means what? Every year. So there is series of cash flows. This question is based on future value of annuity. And if nothing is mentioned in question, you have to assume that the question is based on future value of ordinary annuity. Okay. 20 lakh rupees by the end of 12 years if the saving earns an interest of 12% compounded annually. So nothing is mentioned about the type of annuity. So what we have to assume? That the question is based on the concept of ordinary annuity. Okay. So future value of ordinary annuity. You have to use the formula of future value of ordinary annuity, which is what? A upon I in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values, you will get the answer. So what is future value of ordinary annuity in this question? 20 lakh rupees. Okay, we require 20 lakh rupees by the end of 12 years. Okay, we want 20 lakh rupees by the end of 12 years. So future value of ordinary annuity is what? 20 lakhs is equals to A upon, what is I in this question? 14%, and 14% in decimals is what? 0.14. 1 plus I is what? 1.14 to the power n is what? 12 minus 1. Now again 1.14 to the power 12 is given in question. What they have given? 4.8179. So use that value. So 4.8179. This 1.14 to the power 12 is what? 4.8179. Subtract 1 from it. Okay, subtract 1 from it and then divide it by 0.14. Divided by 0.14. What you are getting? 27.2707 something. Okay, 20 lakhs is equals to A multiplied by 27.2707, and this thing when shifted to opposite side it will come in division. So what you can do? You can store this value on calculator. 27.2707. This you can store on calculator by pressing the M plus button. Now write 20 lakhs, then press division sign. After that press MRC and then press equals to. What you are getting? 73,338.746. Which option is closest to this? Option C. Okay, we are getting the answer is 73,338.746. So you have to choose option C as the answer. Okay. Solve now this question number 17. I am taking the questions from May 2025 paper, and it is considered as one of the toughest paper of quantity aptitude. But you can see that the questions are not that much difficult. If you understand each and every concept here, you can get the answers of these questions easily. Okay. But for that you should know the concept, that where we have to use the formula of future value, where we have to use the formula of present value, where we have to use the formula of present value of single cash flow, where we have to use the formula present value of annuity, where we have to use the formula of future value of single cash flow, where we have to use the formula future value of annuity, like that way. Okay. Now read this question number 17. Chief deposits 10,000 rupees annually. Again here the word annually is there. It means this person chief is depositing 10,000 rupees every year. Okay, annually means what? Every year. So 10,000 rupees is deposited every year. For how many years? 5 years. At a 10% annual compounding interest rate. Calculate the approximate value of this series of deposits at the end of 5 years. You have to find the approximate value of this series of deposits at the end of 5 years. Definitely this question is of annuity. Okay, this question is of annuity, because 10,000 rupees is deposited every year. Now you have to identify whether this question is of future value of annuity or present value of annuity. So what they have asked here, approximate value of this series of deposits at the end of 5 years. They are talking about some future time. So this question is of future value of annuity. Future value of annuity. And which annuity? See what they have written here. Each deposit occurs at the beginning of the year. Each installment, each deposit occurs at the beginning of the year. If cash flows occur at the beginning of every period, it is called as annuity due. This question is of future value of annuity due. I am breaking down each and every question so that you can get more clarity. Okay, why we are using the formula of future value of annuity due in this question. So first, by this word annually, we got to know that the question is based on the concept of annuity. Annually means what? We are depositing 10,000 rupees every year. So there is a series of cash flows. The question is based on annuity. Now, how we have understood that we have to use the formula of future value of annuity, because they have asked approximate value of this series of deposits at the end of 5 years. So they are talking about some future time. And why we have written here annuity due? Because deposit occurs at the beginning of the year. Okay. So annuity due. Use the formula, you will get the answer. What is the formula of future value of annuity due? A upon I in bracket 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I. Substitute the values now, you will get the answer. Okay. What is the value of A? What is the value of A in this question? Okay, I am writing it down. Say the value of A is what here? 10,000. Amount of each deposit or amount of each installment is what? 10,000. What is I in this question? 10%. So 10% in decimals is what? Okay, rate of interest is 10%. So 10% in decimals is what? 0.1. 1 plus I is what? 1.1 to the power n is what? 5. Time period is what? 5 years. Minus 1 multiplied by 1 plus I is what? 1.1. Okay, use calculator, you will get the final answer. Now 1.1 to the power 5. Okay, first you have to find 1.1 to the power 5. So write 1.1 on calculator, press the multiplication sign, and now press equals to sign for 4 times. Okay, so 1.1 to the power 5 is what? 1.61051. Subtract 1 from it. Okay, after that multiply it with 1.1. Then multiply it with 10,000. And at last divide it by 0.1. What is the final answer? 67,156.1. 67,156.1. Which option is correct? Option B. Okay. Now solve question number 12th. Okay, question number 12th. There is a 60% increase in amount in 6 years at a simple interest. What will be the compound interest of 12,000 rupees after 3 years at the same rate? Now see one thing. I have already told you that in case of simple interest, interest earned in each year is what? Same. Okay. In case of simple interest, interest earned in each year is same. And what they have given in first line, that there is 60% increase in amount in 6 years of simple interest. Okay. There is 60% increase in amount in 6 years at simple interest. Now you can easily find here the rate of interest. You can find the rate of interest orally here, because interest earned in each year is same. Okay, in simple interest questions, interest earned in each year is same, and there is a total increase of 60% in 6 years. So what is the rate of interest? 60% divided by 6, which is what? 10%. In this question, rate of interest is what? 60% divided by 6, which is what? 10%. Okay, but they have not asked rate of interest. What they have asked here? What will be the compound interest of 12,000 rupees after 3 years at the same rate? Use the formula of compound interest. Compound interest is equals to P multiplied by, in brackets, 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Substitute the values. What is principal? 12,000. In brackets, 1 plus I is what here? Here rate of interest is 10% and 10% in decimals is what? 0.1. So 1 plus I is what? 1.1 to the power n is what? What is the time period? 3 years. Don't write 6 years. You have to find compound interest of 12,000 rupees after 3 years at the same rate. So time period is what? 3 years minus. Okay. Now easily you can find the answer for this thing. Find 1.1 cube on calculator. What is 1.1 cube? 1.331. Subtract 1 and then multiply it with 12,000. What is the final answer? 3972. Which option is correct? Option C. 3972. Clear? Question number 14th. Question number 14th. The compound interest on a certain sum for 2 years at 10% per annum is 525 rupees. The simple interest on the same sum for double the time and half the rate of interest per annum is. So first you have to find rate of interest. Okay, by using this thing, that compound interest on a certain sum for 2 years at 10% per annum is 525 rupees. So first what you have to find here? Principal. Okay, sorry, not rate of interest. Rate of interest is already given. First you have to find principal. I hope all of you have understood this thing. See, compound interest is given. What is compound interest? 525 rupees. They have also given the time period 2 years and also they have given the rate of interest 10%. Easily you can find the principal. Okay, once you get the principal, then you have to find the simple interest on the same principal for double the time period. Double the time period means what? 4 years, and half the rate of interest, it means 5%. Okay, so all of you first find principal in this question. So use the formula of compound interest again. Compound interest is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n minus 1. Okay, substitute the values. Substitute the values. Compound interest is 525. Principal, this we have to find out. 1 plus I is what here? 1.1 to the power n is what? 2 minus 1. Okay, rate of interest is 10% and 10% in decimals is what? 0.1. So 1 plus I is 1.1 and n is what? 2. So 1.1 square minus 1. What is 1.1 square? 1.21 minus 1 is what? 0.21. So 525 is equals to 0.21 P. Now tell me what is the value of P. 525 divided by 0.21. What you are getting? 2,500. 2,500. What they have asked now? Simple interest on the same sum. A simple interest on the same sum, double the time period and half the rate of interest. So principal is what? Principal is 2,500 multiplied by, there is some issue of space, I am writing here, 1 second. Okay, principal is what? 2,500. Rate of interest is what? Half the rate of interest per annum. Previously rate of interest was what? 10%. So 10% divided by 2 is what? 5%. 5%, or instead of 5% you can also write it as 0.05. And time period is what? Double the time. Previously time period was 2 years, so double of 2 years is what? 4 years. Do it on calculator. 2,500 multiplied by 0.05 multiplied by 4. What you are getting? 500. Which option is correct? Option B. Option B is the correct answer. Okay. Now we are solving this question number 16. Raju will pay installments of 3,150 rupees per month for the next 3 years towards his loan at an interest of 12.4% discounted monthly. Your conversion period is monthly. What was the approximate amount of loan taken initially? Okay, I have already told you, whenever you see that the loan is repaid in installments, it means you have to use the concept of present value of annuity. Okay, and you have to write one equation, that loan amount is equals to what? Present value of annuity. Okay, have they mentioned the type of annuity in this question? Have they mentioned the type of annuity? No. So what do you have to assume? Ordinary annuity. So what we have to write here, see, I am writing here, loan amount is equals to present value of ordinary annuity. Okay, you have to find the amount of loan taken initially, and it is given that loan is repaid in installments of 3,150 rupees per month for the next 3 years. Okay, now see, what is the formula of present value of ordinary annuity? A multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. Tell me what is the amount of each cash flow, or what is the amount of each installment here. In this question, what is the amount of each installment? Amount of each installment is what? 3,150, right? 3150 multiplied by present value annuity factor I comma n. In this question, conversion period is given, which is what? Monthly. If conversion period is monthly, what we have to do? We have to divide rate of interest by 12 and we have to multiply time period by 12. Okay. Divide rate of interest by 12. 12.4% divided by 12. What you are getting? 12.4 divided by 12. You will get this as 1.033%. And 1.033% in decimals is what? This is 0.01033. Okay. And what is n here? Time period is 3 years, but here conversion period is monthly, so you have to multiply it by 12. So 3 multiplied by 12 is what? 30. So put value of I as 0.01033, 0.01033, and put value of n as 36. I hope all of you have understood this point, that if conversion period is monthly, then you have to divide rate of interest by 12 and you have to multiply time period by 12. Okay. Now find present value annuity factor on calculator. You have to find this present value annuity factor on calculator. How to find present value annuity factor on calculator? First write 1 on calculator, then press the division sign. After that, write down the value of 1 plus I, which is 1.01033. Okay. First, I have written 1 on calculator, then I have pressed the division sign, and after that, I have written 1.01033. Okay. Now you have to press equals to sign for how many times? 36 times. Here value of n is what? 36. You have to press equals to sign for 36 times, or you can say we have to press equals to sign till step number 38. Here value of n is 36, so 36 plus 2 is what? 38. So press equals to sign till step number 38. And after pressing equals to sign till step number 38, then you have to press GT button, okay, gross total button. After pressing equals to sign till step number 38, you will get 0.6907 something. And now press the GT button. What you are getting? 29.9367 something. Okay. Present value annuity factor is 29.9367 something. Multiply it with 3150. What you are getting now? 94,300.75. Which option is closest to this? Option C. Okay, you have to choose option C as the answer. You have got the answer as 94,300.75, and the option which is closest to this is option C, 94,345.17. Okay. I am taking now question number, one second, question number 20. Question number 20. Madhu invests 15,000 rupees in a scheme, and at the time of maturity the amount became 25,000 rupees. This 15,000 rupees is what? Principal, and this 25,000 rupees is what? Amount. If compounded annual growth rate for this investment is 8.88%, calculate the approximate number of years for which she has invested the amount. Very simple question. You have to use the formula of amount which we have seen in compound interest. A is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Amount is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay. This person Madhu has invested 15,000 rupees, and this 15,000 rupees has become how much? 25,000 rupees. And what is the rate of interest? 8.88%. What you have to find? You have to find the value of n. You have to find time period. Substitute the values. So A is what here? 25,000. P is what? 15,000. 1 plus I. 8.88% in decimals is what? You have to divide it by 100. So 8.88 divided by 100 is what? 0.0888. So 1 plus I is what? 1.0888 to the power n. Okay. Now see, this 15,000 when shifted to opposite side will come in division. So 25,000 divided by 15,000. What you are getting? 1.67. Okay. If we are rounding it off up to 2 decimal places, or if you are rounding it off up to 3 decimal places, it will be what? 1.667. Here they have rounded it off up to 3 decimal places. So we are rounding it off up to 3 decimal places. So 25,000 divided by 15,000 is what? 1.667. Okay, 1.667 is equals to, instead of writing 1.0888, you can write it as now 1.089. Okay, if you are rounding it off up to 3 decimal places, you can write it as 1.089 to the power n. To the power n. No need to use options because log values are given. So what you can do, take log on both the sides. Okay, we have to take log on left hand side as well as log on right hand side. So log 1.667 is equals to log 1.089 to the power n. Okay, log 1.089 to the power n, and that n will come outside the logarithm. Okay, by applying the property of logarithm, that power, okay, will come outside the logarithm. So I am writing directly n multiplied by log 1.089. Okay, so what is the value of n here? What is the value of n? Log 1.667 divided by log 1.089. Okay, what is the value of n? Therefore n is equals to log 1.667 divided by log 1.08. Log 1.667 and log 1.089 is given in question. So 0.2219 divided by 0.037. 0.2219 divided by 0.037. What you are getting? 5.997, which is nearly equals to 6 years. Which option you have to choose? Option A. Option A is the correct answer. Okay, it is possible that in exam they will not give you the log values. Okay, then after getting this equation, okay, after getting this equation, you have to use the options. Okay, it is not necessary that always they will provide you with the log values. So if log values are not given, then also you can solve this question. What you have to do after forming this equation, you have to use the options. Now we are solving this question number 24. A project is expected to provide cash inflows as follows for 3 years. So cash inflow at the end of first year is 40,000, cash inflow at the end of second year is 50,000, and cash inflow at the end of third year is what? 30,000 rupees. Company's cost of capital or required rate of return is what? 15%. Okay, so discounting rate is given. In order to find the present value of these cash flows, discounting rate is given as what? 15%. What is the present value of cash inflows of the company? Tell me first, what is the present value of this first cash flow? Okay, this cash inflow of 40,000 rupees is standing at time t equals to 1. So what is the present value of this cash inflow? 40,000 amount of cash flow divided by 1 plus I to the power n. What is 1 plus I here? 1 plus I is 1.15 to the power n. N is what? 1, because this cash flow of 40,000 rupees is standing at time t equals to 1. Now tell me what is the present value of this second cash flow. The amount of cash flow is 50,000 divided by 1.15 to the power 2. Okay, and similarly now you can find the present value of the third cash flow. 30,000 divided by 1.15 to the power. Okay, now quickly find the values of this on calculator. 40,000 divided by 1.15. What you are getting? 34783. Okay, I am rounding it off to the nearest integer. 34,783. Now find 50,000 divided by 1.15 square. So write 50,000. Then press the division sign. Then 1.15 square. So first you have to write 50,000 on calculator. Then you have to press the division sign. After it you have to write 1.15, and then you have to press equals to sign for 2 times. Here power is 2. You have to press equals to sign for 2 times. What you are getting? 37,807. And now find 30,000 divided by 1.15 cube. So write 30,000 on calculator. Then press the division sign. After that write 1.15, and now press equals to sign for 3 times. What you are getting? 19,725. Add these 3 numbers. So 34,783 plus 37,807 plus 19,725. What you are getting? 92,315. Which option is correct? Option D. Okay. Only one question is remaining now. Question number 18th. We are quickly solving this question number 18 now. All of you quickly read this question number 18th. I have already solved all the questions from this past year paper. Only one question is pending now. All of you please read this question and try to get the answer for this question number 18th. If you deposit 4,000 rupees into an account paying 6% annual interest compounded quarterly, how much approximate money will be in the account after 5 years? Okay. Now, this question is also very simple. Principal is given. Okay, principal is what? 4,000. Okay, they are depositing 4,000 rupees only for one time. This question is not of annuity. Okay, this question is normal question of compound interest. Okay, we have to find the amount at the end of 5 years, and we have to use the formula P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. In compound interest, we have seen two formulas. No, one formula is of compound interest and the second formula is of amount. Here we have to use that formula of amount. That amount is equals to what? Principal multiplied by in brackets 1 plus I whole to the power n. Okay, this question is not on concept of annuity because only one cash flow is there. Okay, we are not depositing 4,000 rupees every year. We are depositing 4,000 rupees only at the beginning, and we have to find how much amount will be there at the end of 5 years. Okay, the 4,000 rupees which we have deposited initially, that will become how much at the end of 5 years. Rate of interest is 6% and the conversion period is what? Quarterly. If conversion period is quarterly, then you have to divide rate of interest by 4. So 6 divided by 4, which is what? 1.5%, and 1.5% in decimals is what? 0.015. Okay, and here time period is what? 5 years. So you have to multiply time period by 4. 5 multiplied by 4 is what? 20. Okay, now use the formula of amount. A is equals to P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. What is principal here? 4,000. Principal is 4,000. Multiplied by 1 plus I. What is 1 plus I here? 1 plus 0.015. So 1.015 to the power n. What is n here? 20. Okay, time period is 5 years, but here conversion period is quarterly, so you have to multiply time period by 4. So 5 multiplied by 4 is what? 20. Now 1.015 to the power 20, this is given in question, 1.34489. So 4,000 multiplied by 1.34489. What is the answer? 5379.56. Which option is correct? We are getting here 5379.56. Which option is closest to this? Option C. You have to choose option C as the answer. Okay. So we have covered all the questions from the past year paper, and you can see that the questions are not that much difficult. Okay, even in the toughest paper of quantitative aptitude which ICI has asked in May 2025, you can see that the questions which they have asked from mathematics or finance were not that much difficult. If you know each and every concept and if you know the formulas, okay, you can solve these questions. Just these questions are taking little bit more time. Okay, but the questions are not that much difficult. I hope all of you have understood this thing. And with this, we have completed the mathematics of finance chapter. Okay, all the concepts, formulas, and most of the questions I have taken from study material also. I have taken questions from past year paper also. Okay, so I hope now all of you are comfortable with this chapter because ICI will ask 12 to 14 questions. Okay, 12 to 14 questions from this chapter, and I expect all of you now to get the answer for each and every question which ICI will ask in your exam. Okay. If you have any of the doubt, you can ask in chat box. Okay. So I am taking break for 10 minutes, and after that I will start with the new chapter, ratio, proportion, indices and logarithm. Okay. So we will start class by 6:30.